link has been shared in the WhatsApp group. I request both offline and online participants to take a few minutes to fill up the form.
Let this intellectual exploration begin with our first session on good clinical practice and overview by Dr. Meenakshi Ma'am, HOD Professor, HOD of Department of Pharmacology, Government Medical College, Ariyalur. Ma'am has completed her undergraduate from Tirunelveli Medical College, postgraduate from Madras Medical College. She has a total teaching experience of 12 years for undergraduate and 7 years for postgraduate. Ma'am is a member secretary and basic medical scientist in ethics committee, resource person in BCME programs, and member in MEUs and coordinator in ADR monitoring centers in various medical colleges. Ma'am has 9 research articles and in national and in international journals published. She is a gold medalist in MD Pharmacology University examination.
Thank you so much for the very nice introduction. Good morning to everyone present here. So in this opening session of the CME, I'll be giving you a brief overview about good clinical practice guidelines. So in this session, I'll be talking about definition of good clinical practice and what are the milestones we have crossed in achieving the framing of good clinical practice guidelines, which we are using now, and the 11 principles of good clinical practice guidelines. So these are the things I'll be talking to you in this session. So let's see the definition. So what does good clinical practice means? So these are international set of guidelines. So these are international set of guidelines. These are quality, ethical, and safety guidelines for designing, conducting, recording, and reporting of clinical trials which involve the human participants. So here, each and every word is important. Number one, it is international guidelines. So it is globally acceptable guidelines. And then it addresses 3 important components of the clinical trial. That's ethical component, scientific component, and the quality component. And it is followed across all phases of clinical trials, right from designing to conducting, reporting, and recording. So it encompasses all the phases of clinical trials. And why we need to follow this good clinical practice guidelines while we do the trials? Because when a trial is being conducted as per the guidelines, we are assuring the public that the rights, safety, and well-being of the participants is protected. So these 3 words, you will be hearing it again and again throughout the session because it is the core principle of this GCP guidelines, that is protection of right, safety, and well-being of the participants. And it assures that the clinical trial data are credible. So one pillar of GCP is your ethics, and another pillar of GCP is your scientific credibility of the data. Okay, so both goes hand in hand. Both are very important. And these GCP guidelines are consistent with the principles of Declaration of Helsinki, which I'll be talking to you about in later slides. So I hope you got the definition clearly. So good clinical practice guidelines or international ethical, scientific and quality standards for designing, conducting, recording and reporting of the trials that involve participation of human participants or subjects. Okay. So before seeing the 11 principles of GCP guidelines, I will walk you through the milestones which we crossed in the history. So GCP guidelines, the evolution of GCP guidelines, it came across so many, it was evolved as a reflex reaction to many tragic incidents which happened in the history. Okay, it's kind of a knee-jerk reaction. Every amendment we got throughout the history is a reflex reaction for some tragic incident happened in the history. So in earlier 20th century, in 1937, we had the sulfonamide tragedy. That is more than 100 children in the United States who was prescribed syrup sulfanilamide for treating streptococcal throat infection died because the solvent which is used to formulate the syrup was diethylene glycol, which was a antifreeze agent which we use in the automobiles. So why this happened? Because the drug didn't undergo any safety studies prior to marketing, because at that time there is no mandatory safety studies to be conducted. So after this tragedy happened, Food, Drugs and Cosmetic Act was enacted in the United States, which mandates prior approval from regulatory bodies for any drug to be marketed. And then later in 1947, during the World War, there was so much of unethical medical trials which were conducted by the Nazi Germans on the war prisoners in the concentration camps. So many prisoners were subjected to very cruel, unethical and inhumanly trials, subjecting them to extreme freezing, cold, and decompression chambers, high altitudes, and inducing gangrene, inflicting with so many infections like malaria, typhus, tuberculosis. So many burns, inducing burns. So many unethical trials were conducted in the prisoners to study the natural course and to study how long a human can survive in extreme conditions. So these trials were later these doctors who conducted the trials were later accused for these unethical practices. But because of these trials, later we got the Nuremberg Code. So this code mandates voluntary informed consent to be obtained from any participant who are being enrolled in the trial, and there should be proper scientific justification to conduct any trial, and it is the foremost duty of the sponsor or investigator to do no harm to the trial subjects, and there should always be a liberty to withdraw from the trial whenever the participant feels so. So these were mandated in the Nuremberg Code, which was released in 1948 as a after impact of the unethical Nazi trials. And then in 1960s, we all know the thalidomide tragedy. Okay, so the drug thalidomide was prescribed for morning sickness for pregnant women throughout many countries of Europe, and many babies with congenital malformations, C-limb deformities were born. And after this tragedy happened, there was an amendment for the Food, Drugs and Cosmetic Act done, which was Kaffer-Harris Amendment, which was done in 1962. And this mandates that any drug which is being marketed should provide proof of effectiveness and safety before marketing. And the drug advertising should contain proper disclosure of all the side effects. So these mandate was done in the amendment. And later in 1964, we have Declaration of Helsinki, which was a set of principles formulated by World Medical Association. And this forms the foundation for the later development of good clinical practice guidelines. So Declaration of Helsinki principles, it insists that the rights, safety, and well-being of the human participants should take precedence over the scientific interest. Okay? And again, it insists on getting informed consent, independent review, and protection of vulnerable groups. So this Principles of Declaration Helsinki, the latest version is 2024 version, and the GCP guidelines is based on this principle. Okay. Then while all these were happening in the history, for almost 4 decades, from 1932 to 1972, the US public health, the US government, they themselves were conducting an unethical clinical trial, which was called as Tuskegee syphilis study. So here, the minority vulnerable group of US residents, that is the African Americans, they were enrolled in the study as a control arm, and they were given placebo. So they were actually syphilis patients, and they were not treated with penicillin, which was available as a standard of care at that particular time. So they were left untreated to study the natural course of the disease. So again, this was highly unethical, and many patients died of syphilis. So it was happening for almost 4 decades. And this later, the then president of United States, they gave a public apology for this discriminative racist trial. And after this, we got the Code of Federal Regulations, which mandates that every trial should follow the principles of good clinical practice. And then we have Belmont Report in 1979, which again, it has its own ethical principles and guidelines. So after all these incidents and after all these development, then finally, the countries like US, UK, and Japan, they developed their own good clinical practice guidelines in their country, and they were following that. But then it was very difficult for the pharmaceutical companies to market a drug globally, because it was very time consuming, because whenever they are going to market in every country, they have to follow their own GCP guidelines, and it takes a lot of documentation and everything. So what they did is, these 3 countries came together and they planned to harmonize, integrate all the GCP guidelines to one international guideline, and which was ICH-GCP guidelines, which we are using at present. Okay, so ICH, the expansion is International Council of Harmonization. So the first inception of this was in 1990, and later so many amendments were done in that. So we have our own Indian GCP guidelines based on this ICH-GCP guidelines. Okay, so the correct expansion of ICH is the International Council of Harmonization of Technical Requirements for Pharmaceuticals for Human Use. So this was the complete expansion of ICH. And this is basically aimed to harmonize the regulatory requirements of different countries. It was, the inception was in 1990s, and there are 4 standards in ICH-GCP guidelines. So one is quality guidelines, safety guidelines, efficacy guidelines, and multidisciplinary guidelines. And we have so many sections under each guideline. So the topic today, good clinical practice guidelines, it comes under efficacy guidelines. So we call it as E. Okay, so the prefix E refers to efficacy guidelines, and the section is 6, so we call it as E6. And every time it is revised, then we suffix it with R1, R2, and R3. And the latest revision is R3 revision, which is done on 6th January 2025, and we are using this now. So the version of GCP guidelines which we use now is E6R3. Okay, in ICH-GCP guidelines. So now we'll see the principles of GCP guidelines. So everything is available in the website of ICH. So you can very well log in and read the guidelines in detail. Okay, so there are totally 11 principles. So in the previous revision, R2, which we were using till last year, there were 13 principles. And now it is 11. So many principles, more than 4 or 5 principles were consolidated and restructured in this newer revision, and some new principles are added, so that even we are using many digital technologies and AI in clinical trial. So these guidelines are framed to give more flexibility to incorporate and to be inclusive of all the technological developments which is happening now. Okay, so let's go through every principle one by one. So the first principle, I will read the principle as it is given in the ICH-GCP guideline. So the first principle is clinical trials should be conducted in accordance with the ethical principles that have their origin in the Declaration of Helsinki and that are consistent with the GCP and applicable regulatory requirements of that specific country. And clinical trials should be designed and conducted in ways that ensures the rights, safety, and well-being of the participants. So after this program, whenever I wake you up from the sleep, so what is your core value while conducting in the clinical trial? What you will be saying? To protect the rights, safety, and well-being of the participants. Okay, it should always take precedence over your scientific interests. So that is the foremost important thing, which is the take-home message for you all. And so this principle mainly insists on periodic safety review. So as and when new safety measures comes into force, we have to review accordingly throughout the process of trial, and proper analysis of risk and benefit should be done. So the trial should be conducted only when the foreseeable benefit overweighs the risk. And whenever you select the participants, it should be the representative. The participant should represent the population. It should include, the selection process should be inclusive, and the results should be generalizable. And any medical ailments or illness which happens during the process of the trial should be taken care by qualified healthcare professionals, and confidentiality of the data collected from the participant should be protected. So these are all explained in the first principle of GCP guidelines. And the second principle insists on informed consent process. And it says informed consent is an integral feature of ethical conduct of a trial. And clinical trial participation should be voluntary and based on a consent process that ensures participants or their legally acceptable representatives wherever applicable, and these participants should be well informed. So they insist on informed consent. So it should be freely given from the participant or the legally authorized representative. And whenever you include pediatric population, assent should be obtained. And before getting the consent, clear information about your intention, the design, and everything about your trial should be given to the patient in the form of participant information sheet. And this participant information should include all relevant aspects of the trial, the benefits, the risk, the setting of the clinical trial, and if you are using any technology, you have to elaborate that as well in the information sheet. And you should make sure the participant comprehends and understands the information completely, and they are free to ask any doubts, if any, and it is your responsibility to clarify the doubts. And only when they are well informed, consent can be obtained from them. And in emergency situation, whenever you cannot get consent prior to the trial, necessary steps to be taken to get the consent as soon as possible after starting the trial, either from the participant or LAR. And the third principle speaks about the ethics committee review of the clinical trial. So all the clinical trials should be subjected to IRB and IEC approval and review. So the trial should be conducted in compliance with the approved protocol. So we'll be submitting the protocol to the ethics committee or IRB, and once the protocol is approved, so that approved protocol should be followed, and you cannot change that. So if you are changing, proper application for protocol amendment should be submitted. Only when the amendment is approved, you can go ahead with the changes. Otherwise, you cannot change on your own. And the review of the protocol, the periodic review of the trial will be conducted by IEC. So the role of IEC is very important in giving approval, and also they conduct periodic review. The fourth principle talks about the scientific integrity of the trial. So the clinical trial should be scientifically sound for their intended purpose and based on adequate and current scientific knowledge. So before conducting the trial, adequate clinical and non-clinical data about the investigational product and the everything should be obtained, and the design should reflect the state of knowledge and experience with the investigate. So what is investigational product? Any new drug or treatment which we are giving for the participants in the interventional clinical trial. So adequate knowledge and information, adequate clinical and preclinical data should support your designing of your trial. And whenever there is new informations available, you should have a periodic review of the current knowledge and approaches. So you should incorporate whenever new information available about the investigational product or treatment options. So you have to be flexible to adapt it in your trial design. And the fifth principle says that the clinical trials should be designed and conducted only by qualified individuals. So qualification here means different expertise. So we might need not just doctors and medical professionals. We might need different expertise ranging from pharmacists, biostatisticians, ethicists, across the phases of the trial as and when required. So qualified individuals for that particular task should be there to conduct the clinical trials. And the sixth principles, which is the newer addition in this revision, is quality should be built into the scientific and operational design and conduct of the clinical trials. So usually we do quality check after the product is out, after the trial is over. But here they mandate that quality check should be right from the start of designing the clinical trial protocol. Okay, so from the very beginning, there should be quality check, and you should make sure that your trial design is fit to the purpose of your intention. So what outcome you are expecting, that should be, that should be studied ahead, and the design of your trial should fit the purpose. And any factors which are critical to the quality, which might affect the quality of the trial, should be identified prospectively, and proper strategies should be taken to avoid, detect, and address or prevent the non-compliance of GCP guidelines or any regulatory requirements. So what they are saying here is proper quality check should Sorry again. I hope this will not happen any further. Okay. So we were talking about the seventh principle of GCP guidelines, and it talks about the trial processes which should be proportionate to the risk, anticipated risk, and the importance of the data which will be generated from the clinical trial. So whenever there is high risk is anticipated, there should be more stringent process. And if the risk is very minimal or no risk, the process can be flexible. So the main aim is not to overburden the participants. So this is again the newer addition in this revision of ICH-GCP guidelines. So it gives more flexibility in the trial design based on the risk involved. And this principle insists on focusing on the trial related risk. So by risk, we mean the risk can be due to the medical disease or the standard medical care of the participants. But more than that, beyond that, the risk related to trial, we have to focus on that as well, not just the risk due to medical care alone. And all the risks should be proactively managed from the start of the trial. So here, we should avoid unnecessary complexity or any procedures and data collection processes which will overburden the participants. So the seventh principle mainly tells us to keep the process in proportion to the risk which we are foreseeing. And the eighth principle talks about the protocol. So how scientifically clear and concise and the protocol should be. So the protocol should be well designed, and the clear statement of scientific objectives should be there in the protocol, and proper execution plans. That is, what is the statistical analysis plan, and what is the data management plan, and what are the plans for monitoring the risk during the trial. Everything should be clearly documented in the protocol. So the eighth principle talks about the design of the protocol, and it says that it should be very clear, informative, with all the plans in hand. Next slide, please. Okay. The ninth principle says that the clinical trials should generate reliable results. That is, whenever we do a clinical trial, the results which we are generating, it should align with the purpose of conducting the trial. So it should serve the purpose of intention. And the proper system should be there in place for handling the data. And whenever we are using computerized systems, all the computers or all the machines which we are using during the trial should be reliable and validated prior. And record management should be proper. So all the data which we are collecting from the trial, the data should be managed properly so that there is integrity, traceability of the data should be there, and confidentiality of the participant should be protected. And the record should be stored safely for the required period as per the regulatory requirements. And transparency of the trial should be there. So wherever possible, wherever feasible, publicly accessible registration, publicly accessible databases, you have to register your trial details, and proper communication to the participants should be given as and when needed. Next slide. So the 10th principle talks about the roles and responsibilities in the clinical trial. So here, again, they have given some flexibility. That is, the roles and responsibilities of sponsors and investigators are predefined in the GCP guidelines, but some activities can be delegated. Okay, but even the sponsor can delegate some of their activities, an investigator can delegate some of their activities, but still they hold their responsibility and accountability. And any agreement which is being signed must be clearly defining the roles and responsibilities of each stakeholder in the clinical trial, and proper oversight should be there by the sponsor and investigator. Next slide. So this is the last principle of our GCP guidelines, and it talks about the investigational product which we use in the clinical trial. So again, by investigational product, we talk about any new drug or treatment option. So they say that all the investigational products should be manufactured as per the GMP guidelines. So GMP means good manufacturing practices guidelines. So just like our GCP guidelines, there is GMP guidelines, so which has guidelines for manufacturing the investigational product. So it should follow that GMP guidelines, and proper measures should be there to ensure that the quality of the IP remains the same throughout the trial, and the investigational product should be used accordance with the protocol which is there. And handling and labeling of the product should align with the treatment assignment plan, and they should follow the regulatory requirements, and all the processes for handling the IPs, the shipping of the IPs, the storage, dispensing or returning or disposing the product sometimes needed. So everything should be in proper process. So these are all the 11 principles of GCP E6R3 version. So I hope the principles are clear. And there is an annex after the principles, the newer ICH GCP guidelines, they have included an annex which tells about the roles and responsibilities of IEC and IRB, and it tells about the responsibilities and roles of investigators, sponsors, and the data governance process, and the role of investigator and sponsor in data management. So these are all the details which are included in the annex in the newer version of ICH-GCP guidelines. So how many principles are there in the newer version? 11 principles. Okay. So I will end my session with this. Next slide, please. So the take-home message for you will be, it's our responsibility to ensure that whenever we are involving human participants in any scientific research, we should always protect the rights, safety, and well-being of the participants, and we should follow and adhere to the good clinical practice guidelines, the latest version being ICH-GCP E6R3. Okay, because we had more loss of lives in the history, and if we don't learn from the history, we are doomed to repeat it. So thank you so much. If you have any doubts, please type it in the chat box. We will address to it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your session highlighted the importance of ethical conduct and patient safety in clinical research. We truly appreciate the depth of knowledge and clarity you brought to this topic, ma'am. Participants joining us online are requested to share their questions or doubts in the chat box. I now welcome Dr. Gomati ma'am, Associate Professor, Department of Pharmacology, to honor Dr. Meenakshi ma'am.
Moving on to the next session, to uncover the knowledge on constitution, composition, and role of institutional ethical committee members, I now welcome Dr. Gomati ma'am, Associate Professor, to deliver the talk. Ma'am has completed her UG degree from Government Mohan Kumaramangalam Medical College, Salem, DGO from Government Stanley Medical College, and MD Pharmacology from Madras Medical College. Ma'am has more than 11 years of teaching experience. She is very proactive in academic activities and guiding students for various ICMR projects and mentoring young doctors. She is a coordinator of ADR Monitoring Center, Government Medical College, Arilur, and she has published 6 research articles in both national and international journals. Ma'am, the stage is yours.
Good morning to all. Today's my topic is about constitution, composition, and the roles and responsibility of IEC. So what is IEC? So IEC is an institutional ethical committee. It is an independent body constituted of members of medical, non-medical, scientific and non-scientific members. So why IEC is important? So before starting any research, either the biomedical research or clinical trial, whatever may be, it is mandatory to get the IEC approval from the IEC committee. Why we have to get the approval? So the role of IEC is it ensure the rights, safety and well-being of the research participant by reviewing in the initial process, approval and continuing reviewing of the research proposal. Thereby it ensure the safety of the research participant. That's very, very important in the research. So the constitution of the IEC members are appointed by the head of the institution. So the IEC members should be multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral. So adequate representation of the age and gender should be there, and 50% of the members should be non-affiliated. Non-affiliated means that person should not be connected to the institution. That is a other institution people or other outside people to be there. That is a 50% member of the IEC members should be non-affiliated persons. The number of the IEC members 7 to 15, minimum 7 members to maximum 15 members. The members should be trained in the ethicals, IEC functioning, ethics and SOP. The IEC committee should maintain the standard operating procedures that should be trained before the members included into the IEC. The members trained to the SOP, and then the adequate regulatory guidelines training also to be there in the IEC members. And the tenure of ethical committee members are 2 to 3 years. So the selection of the ethical committee member, the members are selected based on their qualification, experience, interest, willingness and commitment, willingness to volunteer the time and effort to the research activities. That's very, very important. And the adequate qualifications should be there. The members, ethical committee members are chairperson, member secretary, basic medical scientist, clinicians, legal experts, social scientists, lay persons. So 1 to 2 basic medical scientists, clinician, 1 to 2 members may be there, legal expert, social scientist and a lay person. These members constitute the ethical committee. The chairperson, coming to the chairperson always should be non-affiliated. They should not be connected to the institution, outside the institution. The person should be outside the institution. The qualification, they should be well-respected person from the background with prior experience of having served or serving an ethical committee. Okay, that is the qualification. So the roles of the chairperson. So the person conduct the ethical committee meeting. He is responsible for effective and efficient functioning of the ethical committee. He ensured the active participation of the all members. All members' participation should be ensured by the chairperson, and seek the conflict of declaration from the members. If the members participating in research means they have to give the conflict of interest about the particular proposal to be get. That is by the chairperson. And they have to ensure the quorum. That is the minimum quorum means minimum member of the person to conduct the ethical committee. That's maintained by the chairperson, and fair decision making also by the chairperson only. The other role is they handle the complaints. If any complaints of the researcher or the ethical committee member, any issues in the conflict of interest, all should be handled by the chairperson. If any anticipated absence means the chairperson can nominate an acting chairperson. That is the members of the other ethical committee members can act as the acting chairperson. So he only responsible for the fair decision making, smooth conduction of the ethical committee and everything. The member secretary from the affiliated, that is the institutional person. The qualification should have the knowledge and experience in the clinical research and ethics, be motivated and have good communication skills. They should be able to devote adequate time to the ethical committee activity. That's very, very important. And should be protected by the institution. So a member secretary is mainly responsible for most of the activities. The roles are, he is responsible for organizing and effective and efficient procedure for receiving the proposal, circulating the proposal to the ethical committee members, and we only responsible for the completeness of the documents. The person submitting means the completeness of the documents by the member secretary and then the ethical committee secretary, and a timely inclusion in the review for the ethical committee review. And based on the category, member secretary categorize the ethical proposal into the full committee review, accepted review, or the expedited review. And they assess the, if any researchers related to the specific specialty, example cardiovascular system related study means, they can call the expert, that is a cardiologist, can be called over to the meeting for the IEC meeting. That is decided by the member secretary. And he scheduled the meeting and prepare the agenda and minutes of the meeting. And he ensured the training of the ethical committee members, and then the SOPs. Updation of the SOP also responsible by the member secretary, and the other functions of the ethical committee should be adhered to the SOP. That is also checked by the member secretary. He also responsible for preparation and for response of the audits and inspections. Any audits, research committee audits, they will come and audit our proposals. That's mainly ensured by the member secretary. Basic medical scientist. He may be affiliated person or the non-affiliated person. The qualification, they pursue any postgraduate degree in the basic medical science. That is a basic medical science, not the MBBS person, postgraduate. MD degree should be there. And any clinical trial involving drugs means the preferable basic scientist is pharmacologist. The clinical trial involving drugs means basic medical scientist should be pharmacologist. The role is scientific review. So even though the proposal should get the scientific review from the scientific committee, the ethical committee can also review the scientific aspect also along with the ethical aspect. So scientific and ethical review, that is how they are intervening the study, benefit risk analysis, methodology, design of the study, continuing reviewing process, and any progress report and protocol deviation. All these things are by the basic medical scientist. And then in the clinical trial, pharmacologist review the drug safety and pharmacodynamics of the drugs. That is by the pharmacologist in the clinical trials. Then clinicians. He may be affiliated or non-affiliated persons. He should individuals with recognized medical qualification, expertise, and training. Roles and responsibility, again the scientific review, that is the intervention, benefit risk analysis, research design methodology, site study and statistics, and a review of the medical care. That is the appropriateness of the principal investigator. And then any adverse event, anything happened to the research participant means what are the facilities available to handle, how to manage that facilities available, all those things are reviewed by the clinician. In the ongoing review of the protocol, serious adverse events, protocol deviation or violation, progress and completion review, all those things are reviewed by the clinicians. Legal expert. Next person is the legal expert. He may be affiliated or non-affiliated persons, should have the basic degree in the law or the retired judge, and also have the adequate knowledge in the training of the medical law. He mainly review the ethical aspect of the study, and then the informed, ICD is the informed consent process and the translation. So that's also reviewed by the legal expert, and inform the review of the any updation. Reports, regulation, any new regulation, anything there for the ethical aspect view, they interpret and inform to the ethical committee member. Any other documents, insurance documents, any adverse events happen to research participant means the principal investigator should handle this. For this purpose, insurance of the study to be done. That insurance report, regulatory approval from the other committee, example, stem cell research. For the stem cell research, prior to ethical committee, stem cell research committee is there. That approval also have to obtain to do the stem cell research study, memorandum of understanding with the other institution, clinical trial agreement, other documents are reviewed by the ethical persons. So mainly ethical review and other documentation review by the legal, that is the law persons, that is the legal experts. So social scientists should have the qualification in the social science, behavioral science, and that related training and expertise. Can be a NGO person also can act as the social scientist. They review the ethical aspect and informed consent and assess the impact of the study on the community. What community effect will occur and the socio-cultural context, religious and philosophical context, any other things that is assessed by the social scientists and serve as the community representative. Next is the lay person. Lay person means not a illiterate person, is a literate person, and he should not pursue a health related degree, basic science degree or health research related degree. He should not pursue in the last 5 years. And he may be a representative of the community from which the participants are to be drawn and aware of the local language, cultural and moral value of the community also, they should aware of it. So mainly they evaluate the benefit and risk from the participant perspective. From the participant perspective, they have to review the benefit risk and opine whether the benefit justify the risk. That is the main point of the layperson. He also review the ethical review of the proposal, informed consent process along with the translation, serve as the participant community representatives and bring in ethical and society concern. So responsibility, overall responsibility of the ethical members, provide the competent and comprehensive review of the proposal. That is a study proposal, comprehensive review and competent review, and review the proposal objectively without any bias and any external influence. Without any bias and external influence, they have to review, maintain the total confidentiality of the ethical committee documents and proceeding, advise the research related to all aspects of the safety of the participant. They have to give advice how to do the study, anything adverse events happen, how to handle, how to give the compensation to all the advice to be given to the researcher on the safety of the participants, and declare the conflict of interest before participating in the review process of own study. But the IEC member itself here, participants are guiding a research proposal, means they have to give the conflict of interest declaration, and they have to leave from the IEC meeting at the time of discussion of that proposal. So, and then they should not participate in the decision making also. That is the declaration of conflict of interest. The conflict of interest is, what is that conflict of interest means? Is a set of conditions in which the professional judgment concerning the primary interest. The primary interest is patient welfare and validity of the research that tend to be unduly influenced by the secondary interest. For financial gain, it influences the primary interest. For financial purpose, for to sponsor purpose, they change the validity of the research and they give the false report also. That should not be there. That is the conflict of the research. That is a professional judgment concerning the primary interest tend to unduly influenced by the secondary interest. That is the conflict of interest. The members should give the conflict of interest declaration before the IEC meeting. The quorum of the ethical committee meetings. What is the quorum of ethical committee means? The minimum number of the person should be there to conduct the ethical committee meeting. Without fulfillment of the quorum, no decision is valid. Okay, the quorum should be maintained. No decision is valid without fulfillment of the quorum. In the quorum, the minimum members in the IEC is minimum 5 members should be there. It should include both medical and non-medical and one non-affiliated person, preferably lay persons. So total 5 members and compulsory one lay person should be there to conduct the ethical committee meeting. So that is the quorum, minimum 5 members. Okay. This is the steps in the ethical committee review. First, after scientific approval, the study proposals are reviewed in the ethical committee. So, ethical committee date fixed, submission made by the researchers, and send the proposal. The member secretary review the proposal and ensure the completeness and send the proposal to the ethical committee members at least 1 week prior to the meetings. And then the IEC meeting scheduled and a discussion of the proposal. That is scientific aspect and ethical aspect discussion and a decision made, and the documentation and discussion of the discussion and decision, then communicate the decision to the researchers. And this decision may be approved. The research may be approved or it may minor revisions. And then if there is a major modification means the resubmission. Sometimes the research may be unapproved. If it is not valid means the study may be unapproved. This is the decisions. So date fixed, submission and a proposal to the IEC members, meeting, discussion, decision, documentation of the discussion and decision in the IEC forum, and a communication to researcher, revision and resubmission of the approvals. So the types of review, the member secretary ensure the full proposal, and based on the risk, they categorize the proposal for the review into exception from the review, expedited review, full committee review. So exception from the review means the proposal with the less than minimal risk. What is minimal risk? The minimal risk is it is defined as the one which may be anticipated as harm or discomfort not greater than encountered in routine daily day-to-day activities of the populations. So that is a risk that is encountered in routine daily activities. That is a harm or discomfort. That should not be greater than the daily routine activities of general population, or the discomfort during the performance of routine physical and psychological exam. This means the minimal risk. So if the risk is less than minimal risk, that is the exception from the review. That is the no need to review. That is the example for the exception review. Already the data available. Already there is the publications available in the public domain. That is in the net or everything. And they take the publication, and from that, the systematic analysis or meta-analysis done. That is an example of exception. This need not a full review. Exception from the review. It does not harm any risk to the researchers. So this is called the exception review, and research on the teaching methods. The comparison of the teaching method, currently method and previous method, and the curriculum and the classroom management method. All those things are exception from the review. That is they review the proposal and approve. No need to present in the IEC meeting. That is the exception review. Expedited review is the faster review. This is conducted by the member secretary and chairperson, one or two designated member, not the typical quorum. The members, secretary, chairperson, one or two designated member conduct the expedited review. Other name is the fast review. So but this approval must be ratified in the full committee meeting. So this expedient review one means when the proposal is no more than minimal risk, that is equal to minimal risk. That is a person experiencing a risk, normal routine daily, like that the risk is also there in the research. So example, clinical studies on the already approved drugs, except drug interaction in the vulnerable population. So already approved drug, most of the adverse events we know that. So that is the safer, except the drugs interaction in the vulnerable populations, and research involving leftover sample specimen, non-identifiable sample specimen, and research during any emergencies and disaster. The research have to do very quickly. That time expedited review is allowable. And in the multi-centric research, the main designated ethical committee review the whole process. But local site requirement, informed consent, recruitment process, and all those things are by the expedited review. So this is the proposal with no more than minimal risk. If proposal the minimal risk less than means exception from the review, and expedited review means proposal with no more than minimal risk to the participants. This is conducted by the chairperson, member secretary, one or two designated member, but this approval should be ratified in the full committee meeting. Full committee meeting, all research proposals presenting more than the minimal risk. More than the normal minimal risk. That is definitely the risk will be there to the research participant. So any research involving vulnerable populations. Vulnerable populations are children, pregnant women, psychiatric people, so all people. That is a vulnerable population, any research. And then the research involving collection of the blood sample specimens. That is a placenta and a salivary, urinary, excreta, any samples, biological sample collected related studies, and a study involving deception of the participants. What is that study means? The purposefully we are not giving the full information to the participants, because if you give the information to the participant, that give the bias. That is any psychiatric studies. If you give already the full details of the research, the emotional compound and the behavior of the participants will be altered. For this purpose, the full informations are not given at the time of studies, and after the study, debriefing. This purpose only the study done, all the details are given. That is the studies involving deception of the perceptions, and approval granted through the expedited review and decision by the Serious, SAE is the serious adverse event subcommittee. That committee can do the expedited review. Any adverse event happen means the subcommittee, serious adverse event committee can do the expedited review and then they give the suggestion and that must be ratified at the next full committee meeting. So these are all the elements of the ethical review. So in the ethical committee, what are all the main elements they are reviewing means scientific design and how they are conducting the study, methodology, design of the study, and mainly benefit risk analysis. What are the benefits of this research over the risk and recruitment, how they are recruiting the participant, inclusion criteria, exclusion criteria, care and production of the research participant, that is main. And then the production of the research participant confidentiality, that data should be confidentially maintained and informed consent process. That is main part in the ethical committee review. So decision. After the ethical committee meeting, the decisions are obtained by the ethical committee members. Either the study may be approved, that is with or without suggestion. If it is fulfilled all the criteria means the study approved without any suggestion. Sometimes the revision, that is a minor modification needed means revision with a minor modification. Member secretary should see the minor modification and approve that. And then the revision with a major modification means they are asked to resubmit the proposal in the next ethical committee meeting. And sometimes if the study is not fulfilling all the criteria means not approved. They will give the result of the not approved. It clearly defined the reason must be given. If you are not approved, give results given means the reasons for the not approval should be there. So these are all the decision by the ethical committee. So after decision by the ethical committee, even after approval, they already started. Also, the studies are reviewed by the ethical committee members. That is the progress of the proposal. That is monitored by the ethical committee. Depending upon the risk, annually they will review, or 3 monthly or 6 monthly review as per the ethical committee decision. Based on that only, approval continued, and if progress is satisfactory. If progress, that is the ethical committee approved, study started. Even then, any serious adverse event occurs, any violation of the protocol occurs means they can stop the research. They can terminate the study also. So the progress should be satisfactory for the continuation of the study. So after that, record keeping and archiving. So what is this means? All the documents and communications of the ethical committee should be dated, filed and preserved. Any communication, that is a communication letters, ethical committee members, recruitment process, the tenure process and the SOPs, everything, all documentation should be dated and filed, and confidentiality should be maintained. That is the during access and retrieval process. And records can be maintained in the both hard copy and soft copy. Both copies should be maintained. All records should be archived for minimum period of 3 years after completion of the study. So after completion of the study, the data should be maintained minimum 3 years. If it's a clinical trial related proposal means minimum 5 years. And then the ethical committee should describe the archival and retrieval process in the process mechanism in the SOP. They should mention in the SOP how to archive the data, how to retrieve the process also. And ethical committee record should be accessible for inspection at regulatory agencies. Okay, the data should be available for the inspection of the regulatory agencies. So this is the ethical committee constitution and the compositions. Can I ask questions? People try. What is the quorum? So itself. What is the quorum to conduct the ethical committee meeting on biomedical research? Anybody? Minimum quorum means minimum members to be there in the ethical committee meetings. What is the minimum numbers? So name the preferable basic medical scientist to conduct the clinical trial related to the drugs. What is the tenure of ethical committee members? Tenure. Tenure. Duration of tenure. Anybody? 2 to 3 years. What are all the members of ethical committee? Anybody? 7 members. Who are all the members? Rakshana. Members of ethical committee. Members, pa? Chairperson. Fine, no, 7 members. Anybody, boys? Main persons conducting the meeting. Who is the main persons conducting the meeting? Chairpersons. So what is the role of layperson? Tamil Narasan. Layperson role. So they analyze benefit risk in the participant perspective. Okay. So tenure is 2 to 3 years. What is the type of review of the study on vulnerable population? If the study is doing on the vulnerable population means what type of study? Full committee review or exception review and expedited review or interim review? Vulnerable population. The study on vulnerable population, full committee. If any emergency disaster means situation have to do the study means emergency situation. Definitely we need a drug or vaccine. That time which type of review is needed? Expedited review. That is a fast review. Okay. What is the role of layperson? Evaluate the benefits and risk from the participant's perspective. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your session has emphasized the role of institutional ethical committee members and guide us in strengthening ethical practice in clinical research.
Next session will resume after the inauguration ceremony.
trial design, methodology, investigator qualification, etc. What is equally important is ongoing supervision, monitoring. Should monitor progress of the study, review amendments, address adverse events, and then where the study is conducted, that is approving trial site, ensuring transparency and accountability. Therefore, I wish the CME all success. Thank you.
We are deeply grateful to our honorable teacher for the insightful presentation. It had a great value to the
To express our gratitude, acknowledging the efforts, guidance, and presence of everyone involved, I now invite Dr. A. Gomati Ma'am, Associate Professor, Department of Pharmacology, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning to all. Gratitude is the attitude that takes to your attitude. It's my privilege to purpose the vote of thanks on behalf of Department of Pharmacology for the CMA on good clinical practice. At the outset, I would like to express my profound gratitude to our respected Dean Sir for sparing his valuable time to be the chief guest and address the gathering and highlighting the issue on this subject. I would like to express our sense of obligation to our medical superintendent sir, RMO sir, and for their kind guidance for this event and also in inspiring us to host this successfully. I take this opportunity to extend our gratitude to the panel of distinguished speakers for participating and sharing their knowledge and experience in good clinical practice. I also thank our HOD madam for her great interest and wholehearted effort for organizing the CME. I also thank all other department faculties for active registration and participation in the CME. At last, I thank all my colleagues, staffs, students, audio-visual team, and crystal worker who have been involved in this particular event for last few days. Without their cooperation and full support, the CME would not have been possible. Once again, I thank you all for making the CME successful. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wholesome words. Now, I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उत्थल जलति तरंगा दव शुभ नामे जागे दव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
All the dignitaries are kindly asked to occupy the front desk. Keeping the momentum going, let's move into our next session. Now I invite Dr. T. Gauri Tilagam Ma'am, DDVL, MD, Professor and HOD of Department of Pharmacology, Government Medical College, Theni, to deliver insights on responsibilities of principals, investigators, and sponsors. Ma'am has completed her undergraduate in Madurai Medical College, DDVL in Madras Medical College, MD Pharmacology in Madurai Medical College. Ma'am has more than of 13 years of teaching experience. She published 18 original articles in both international and national journals and present a paper in regional conference. Ma'am is awarded with Best Paper Award in Southern Regional Indian Pharmacological Society Conference, Best Doctor Award from Collectorate of Dindukal and Collectorate of Trichy, and from Dean of Government Medical College, Dindukal. Ma'am, the stage is yours.
So a pleasant morning to one and all gathered here. First, I would like to thank the Department of Pharmacology, the organizing committee, the HOD ma'am and other faculties for having given me this opportunity to share the session with you. Thank you, ma'am. And in this forum, I would like to convey a message. At Teni Medical College, second week of June, we are conducting an inter-college quiz, right? And I request all the students, at least a few students, to get registered and kindly attend the quiz. Okay. Okay, now entering into the topic. CME. So, Madam, HOD Madam, Dr. Meenakshi Madam is organized the CME today, right? So, CME இன்னைக்கு organize பண்றதுக்கு Madam எப்போ இருந்து plan பண்ணிருப்பாங்க? Any idea? நேத்து திடீர்னு plan பண்ணி இன்னைக்கு CME நடத்துறாங்களா? Yes? No. So, how many days prior Madam would have planned? Yes, any guesses? ஒரு வாரம் முன்னாடி? ஒரு மாசம் முன்னாடி? Madam என்ன ஸ்பீக்கரா வரீங்கன்னு கேட்டதே 3 months back. At the end of January, I think. அப்போ கேட்டாங்க மேடம் ஸ்பீக்கரா வரீங்களா அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு. அப்போ ஸ்பீக்கரை இது பண்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி அவங்க ஆரம்பிச்சிருப்பாங்க இல்லையா? சோ ஒரு சிஎம்இ ஆரம்பிக்கிறதுக்கு என்னென்னலாம் பிளான் பண்ணணும்? ஃபர்ஸ்ட் என்ன பண்ணணும்? அவுட்கம். இந்த சிஎம்இ நம்ம கண்டக்ட் பண்றோம்னா வாட் ஷுட் பி த அவுட்கம்? ஸோ மேடம் என்ன யோசிச்சிருக்காங்க? குட் கிளினிக்கல் ப்ராக்டிஸ், பிஜிஸ் யூஜிஸ் ரெண்டு பேருக்கும் யூஸ்ஃபுல்லா இருக்கும்னு சொல்லிட்டு அவுட்கம் யோசிச்சு ஷி செலக்டட் த டாபிக், ரைட்டா? ஓகே, டாபிக் செலக்ட் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் என்ன பண்ணாங்க? ஸ்பீக்கர்ஸ் யாரெல்லாம் கூப்பிடலாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஃப்ரம் வேரியஸ் மெடிக்கல் காலேஜஸ் மேடம் ஹாஸ் கால்ட் அவுட் த ஸ்பீக்கர்ஸ், ரைட்? அப்புறமா வேற டியூரேஷன், ஒவ்வொரு ஸ்பீக்கரும் எவ்வளவு நேரம் பேசணும், ரைட்டா? டியூரேஷன். வேற எஸ் இங்க உட்கார்ந்துருக்காங்களே கமிட்டி மெம்பர்ஸ். ஸோ ரிசப்ஷன் கமிட்டி யாரில் இருக்கணும்? பட்ஜெட் ஃபினான்ஷியல் கமிட்டி யார் இருக்கணும்? ஒவ்வொரு இதுக்கும் கமிட்டி ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க, ரைட்டா? அதுக்கப்புறம் conduct of CME. CME is getting, now we are conducting the CME. முடிஞ்சதுக்கு அப்புறம் என்ன பண்ணுவோம்? அவ்வளவுதானா? முடிஞ்சிருச்சா? What is the next step? CME முடியும். அதுக்கு முன்னாடி she would have got permission from dean கிட்ட இருந்து permission வாங்கியிருப்பாங்க. யூனிவர்சிட்டில இருந்து she would have got the permission, ரைட்டா? அதுக்கப்புறமா the report எல்லாம் கம்பைல் பண்ணி it should be sent to the university. So ஒரு CME கண்டக்ட் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னா இவ்ளோ ப்ராசஸ் இருக்கு and this has been coordinated by the HOD madam along with her team members, right? That's not working. Okay. So for organizing a CME, first you have to know the purpose for which you are conducting the CME. You should select the topics and depending upon the target audience, even if it is a topic GCP, even if it is GCP, you should know the target audience. So here the target audience is undergraduates and postgraduates. Okay, then selection of speakers, duration, committees, budget allocation, permission, consolidation of reports, final submission, right? So here, madam or the coordinator, she coordinates all the activities, right? Now, system என்ன இங்க வெச்சிருங்களா? நான் ஆபரேட் பண்ணிக்கட்டுமா? Okay. Now, coming to my topic proper. So, principal investigator. So, in conducting a CME, what the role the madam or coordinator has performed, it is somewhat similar to that of a principal investigator in clinical trial. So, in the previous sessions, you would have known what is clinical trials, why it has been conducted, everything. Previous speakers has been dealt with, right? So who is a principal investigator? He is a lead researcher responsible for the overall conduct, management, and integrity of the study or clinical trial. So the principal investigator, he is the main person. He is going to coordinate everyone and he is going to lead the trial. So who can be a principal investigator? Can anyone be a principal investigator? No, there are some qualities for a person to be a principal investigator. So he should be a qualified person in that field. For example, if you're going to do a research in clinical subject, then you should be a qualified physician. You should have an MBBS degree or should have an MD degree, right? And then you should be competent in research methodology. Okay, so what is research? How we are going to perform a research? You should have a knowledge about the research methodology. You should be compliant towards scientific, medical, ethical, legal, and social requirements regarding that particular study. And finally, you should have the leadership skills, right? You should be able to lead a particular team involved in that trial. Thank you. So what are the roles and responsibilities of a principal investigator? Now, what is this? Invitation. So on seeing the invitation, what will come to your mind? Or what are the details this invitation is going to give to you? Yes, where the CME is being conducted and who is going to preside the CME? Who are all the speakers? What is the venue? What are the topics? What is the duration? Everything is provided in the invitation, right? Similarly, when you're going to conduct a research or when you're going to do a clinical trial, you should provide everything should come in one forum, right? So that is protocol. So the principal investigator should prepare a protocol, and that protocol should include everything starting from the topic. So which study you're going to perform. For example, if I am going to perform a clinical trial on an anti-cancer drug, then I have to prepare a title for that. Then who are all the participants? What is the inclusion criteria? What is the exclusion criteria? What is the duration? For each, you have to give the duration, split up the duration. For protocol writing, I'll take 1 or 2 months. For the conduct of study, I'm going to take 1 year. And for the analyzing the reports, I'm going to take 6 months. So you have to prepare the duration, okay? And venue where you're going to conduct the clinical trial, either at Ariyalur Medical College or you're going to do a multicentric study. So I'll be conducting the study at Ariyalur Medical College, Dindigul Medical College, Trichy Medical College. It may be a multicentric study, right? So every data will be included in the protocol. So once you have returned the protocol, you have to submit it to the committee, right? And this committee, it will give the approval for that. And after obtaining the approval, you can proceed your study. If you're going to do a clinical trial, it has to be registered in the CTRI, Clinical Trial Registry India. You have to register the clinical trial in the CTRI, and then only you can proceed with your studies. Next one is informed consent. So we have prepared a protocol, and the protocol will include everything from the start till the end. What you're going to do, everything will be included in your protocol, right? After preparing the protocol, after getting the permission, you have to involve the participants, right? So you have to get the informed consent, and everything about the informed consent will be dealt by our next speaker, Dr. Jayapriya ma'am. So I'm moving to the next one, participant safety. So as a principal investigator, you are responsible for the protection of research participants, right? So I'm giving tablet, I'm treating the patient, I'm doing the trial. That's my duty. I won't care about the patient. No, that should not be your answer. You have to take the responsibility. Whatever happens to the patient, you are responsible as a principal investigator. And these are the basic principles of ethics. Ethics அப்படின்னு எடுத்துட்டோம்னா 4 basic principles. So these are they. One is autonomy. Autonomy is you have to leave the will to the patient. The patient have to select whether they are willing to participate or they are not willing to participate. It is their right. You should not force the patient. Second one is beneficence. So the study should be useful for the patient. நமக்கு யூஸ்ஃபுல்லா இருந்தா மட்டும் பத்தாது. It should be useful for the patient. Non-maleficence, that is no harm. That study or that drug should do no harm to the patient. And finally, it should be Justifiable. That is, you should treat all the participants equally. So this patient is my friend. I'll treat him in a special manner. No, it should not be like that. Every patient or every participant should be treated in an equal manner. And you have to maximize the benefits with minimal risk. And if the patient or participants develop any adverse event, you have to report it to the ethical committee within a period of 24 hours, and detailed report should be submitted within 14 days. So what is the difference between adverse event and adverse drug reaction? ADR kum adverse event kum, what is the difference? Yes, anybody? Are both the same? Yes or no? What is ADR? Adverse drug reaction. It means you are taking a drug, it is giving a negative effect, right? That is adverse drug reaction. Then what is adverse event? It may or may not be due to a drug, but during the course of treatment, the patient is developing the negative effect. That is adverse event. So adverse drug reaction comes under the adverse event. So if your participant develops any adverse event, it has to be reported to the ethical committee. Then privacy and confidentiality should be maintained regarding the particulars of the patient and the data you're going to collect. Ethical guidelines. So any study, being it a small study or be it a clinical trial, it has to be, it has to get the ethical committee approval. Only after getting the approval from ethical committee, you can start a study. And again, you have to follow the professional codes of conduct. And madam has told you about the conflict of interest. So you have to frame a policy to overcome this conflict of interest for safeguarding the data acquisition, management, sharing and ownership, and policies for handling research misconduct. You should not fabricate the result. You should not falsify the result. Whatever result you get, you have to report it. And plagiarism. So someone else has done the study. I will copy the report from that study. No, you should not do that, right? Next, trial management. You have to allocate the resource. I told you, Madam CM enna pannirukanga? She has allocated the team. So you're the reception committee. Okay, you take care of the snacks and you take care of the lunch. So she has allocated the resource. Similarly, as a principal investigator, you have to allocate the resource persons for a particular thing. For example, if you're going to do a multi-centric study, then as a principal investigator, you cannot go to all the medical colleges. You cannot be available at all the places at the same time. So what you can do, you can choose a person, you can make one person responsible at a particular medical college, right? So allocate the resource persons accordingly. And study site management, you have to see whether if you're conducting a study at Ariyalur Medical College, then you have to see whether this college is having adequate equipments. If the patient is going to develop allergy, is there all facilities are available to treat the patient? Everything the PI is going to take care of. And staff training. So if you want to take blood for investigations, and that technician should be well trained in taking blood. So multiple pricks should be avoided. Similarly, safety protocols, study procedures, delegation of duties, it is the responsibility of the principal investigator. And he is the primary contact between the sponsor and the clinical event. So who are the sponsor? Who can be a sponsor? Any pharma companies or the state government or central government can be a sponsor. If I want to perform a study, I can sponsor myself, right? In the institution, the dean may sponsor the students if the student is going to do a study. Next one is data collection and integrity. So whatever data you collect, you don't fabricate and you don't falsify the data. Whatever data you are getting, you just analyze the data and submit the report. What if the data is missing? If there are dropouts, missed visits, or incomplete forms, what are you going to do? So when you're selecting a sample size, okay, for my study, I need 30 patients. You have to include all these. So, என்னென்ன dropouts இருக்கும்? For example, in my study, I need 300 participants, right? Then I have to include the dropouts also. I may not assure that 300 participants will come in at a they will come in and they'll be included in the study. Some 20 participants, they may leave the study. A few participants, they may expire. So include all these and then you finalize your sample size. Okay. So next one is documentation. Whatever work you do, if you don't document, it will not be recognized. Right? Document பண்ணல அப்படின்னா நீங்க எவ்வளவு வேலை செஞ்சாலும் அது செய்யாததுக்கு அர்த்தம். And this case report forms or electronic data system. So hard copy வச்சுக்கலாம் or you may enter it digitally. Next one is financial oversight. Now the sponsor may say, my budget is only 10 lakhs. You have to complete the study within 10 lakhs. Abdina, aduketa madri you have to plan. So for how many amount you can purchase equipments, how you are going to rent a room, how much salary you're going to give to your technicians. Idu ellame you have to plan within that allocated budget. And then research related expenses. If your study needs an ultrasound examination or MRI for a patient, you need not ask the patient, you go and take an MRI by yourself. You should not send like that. You have to spend money for the patient to take an ultrasound or an MRI. And financial compensation. Because of your study, because of your trial, the patient is getting any physical illness or psychologically he is affected, then you have to pay amount for that patient. And if the patient is coming from a far distance, leaving his wages, if he is a daily wage, he is coming to participate in your study and he gets 500 rupees per day, then you have to pay that 500 rupees to the participants, because in order to participate in your study, he is leaving his work and he is coming to your clinical trial. So you have to pay that daily wage to that participant. Finally, reporting. So once you have conducted all the study, you have collected the data, then you have to analyze and you have to interpret, and finally you have reported to the regulatory bodies. And regulatory bodies, they will be asking any queries. So, and you should be prepared to answer their queries. You should not deviate from your protocol. So what is the original? Once you have submitted your original protocol, you have obtained the ethical clearance, there should not be any deviation. If at all you want to change your protocol, or if at all you want to change some methods, then once again you have to appear in the ethical committee, you have to get the approval, and then you can proceed your study. Finally, what is your post-trial responsibilities? So collect your data, reconcile, report. And if at all you need any follow-up for a few drugs, anti-cancer drugs, there may be a delayed side effect. After 1 or 2 years, the patient may develop side effect. For those cases, you have to follow up the participants and archiving records. So for each drug and each trial, different duration is there. So you have to store the records for at least 2 years or minimum of 5 years. The record should be stored. And benefit sharing. So once I have completed my study, I need to publish it. Sometimes I won't give the ownership to others. I want to keep it to myself, or sometimes I want to publish it. So you have to follow the guidelines of this ICMJE, International Committee of Medical Journal Editors. As per this guideline, you have to publish your journal, right? So to summarize, as a principal investigator, what is your role? You're going to prepare a protocol. You're going to get the protocol approved. You're going to allocate the resource persons, and then you're going to recruit the patient. You're going to conduct the study, collect the data, analyze the data, and finally you publish it, right? So to be a principal investigator, you have to follow the following principles. So what are the principles? Essentiality, voluntariness, non-exploitation. You have to take the social responsibility, privacy and confidentiality with minimal risk and maximal benefit. You should be professionally competent enough in proper institutional arrangement, and at any cost, you should maintain transparency and accountability. You should take the responsibility. Being a principal investigator, you should not say, this is not my job, he has to do it. Nothing. You are the principal investigator. You have to take the ownership. You are responsible for the whole events in that clinical trial. And finally, the environmental protection, right? So I hope I have made justice to the topic given to me. Any doubts? Hopefully no doubts. Okay. Once again, I thank the organizing committee and students for lending me your ears. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your detailed and informative presentation. Your session has strengthened our understanding of their key role and maintaining qualities of ethics in research.
Now, I request Dr. B. Jayapriya ma'am, Professor and HOD, Department of Pharmacology, Government Medical College, Dindikal, to deliver the talk on informed consent process and vulnerable population. Ma'am has completed her UG degree in Tanjavur Medical College, DCH in Institute of Child Health, Madras Medical College, MD in Madurai Medical College. She has more than 17 years of teaching and research experience, served as a IEC member secretary, member in MEUs, and coordinator in ADR monitoring centers in various medical colleges. Ma'am has published 12 research articles in both national and international journals. Ma'am was awarded with Certificate of Excellence, NPTEL Disciple Star, and Best Doctor Award from Collector of Virudhunagar and Dindikal.
Good morning, all. So my target audience is those who are sitting in the French benches. So you people can relax. Ma'am, how many of you have done research as part of your dissertation you would have done, right? Right. How many of you have got informed consent from the participants? Please raise your hands. Okay. Animal study. Okay, fine. Those who are sitting in the front row, have you got informed consent from the participants for your dissertation? Yes, yes. Okay, fine. Okay, we'll see about the informed consent process and the vulnerable population. What should be the core components in the informed consent document? When we can ask for waiver of consent? We'll look upon the special population, how to get consent from those special population. And what do you mean by vulnerable population? What precautions or safeguards are taken to protect this vulnerable population? So informed consent is a document or a process. It is a document or it is a process? Okay, let us see. So it is a process by which the treating healthcare provider gives appropriate information to a competent patient or participant so that he can make a voluntary choice. Whatever terms has been highlighted, they are very important. Let us see one by one why it is a process and it's not a document. Once we get a signature in the informed consent paper, we think that informed consent has been taken. But actually, it is a continuous process and continuous interaction has to happen. We have to explain the procedure, check whether the patient has understood what we have told. Then you clarify the doubts of the participant, then you confirm the decision. But once the signature is got, it doesn't mean that we have got the informed consent. The conversation or the interaction has to go on during the trial and also after the completion of your clinical trial or research. So it keeps on happening. It is not a conversation at one point in time, it is a continuous conversation. So this is regarding what is appropriate information, how much information to give to the participants. Let us go to a history. There is a Willowbrook hepatitis study. This was done in late 1950s to 70s. The objective of the study was to understand the natural history of hepatitis in children. The investigator wanted to study how this hepatitis is happening, the disease, how it is getting transmitted, what is the progression, what is happening in the children. They included the participants from a school. The children were participating. The parents were given the information that it is a vaccination study. Children were intentionally infected with hepatitis virus. Either it was a fecal-oral transmission or it is an injection. They were intentionally, the hepatitis was created and then it was followed up. So this is what happens many a times. The consent was obtained from the parents, but what is the information given? The information given was inadequate or it was misleading. So this kind of thing is happening even now. That's why we have got so many guidelines, but we have to give appropriate information. So appropriate information means what a reasonable person would consider important. Patient, how much he is expecting, that much amount has to be given. What you decide as adequate, that doesn't matter. If you are a patient, how much information you will expect? Put yourself in the patient's perspective and that much amount of information has to be given, not what you choose to give, so that you can enroll the patient. That is not the motive. The complete information should reach the participant. Then who is a competent patient? Anyone who is enrolling, he has to be competent. When do you call them as competent? Not simply the patient is conscious oriented, that is not competence. He has to make decision for himself. He should be able to understand whatever information you are giving. He should be able to appreciate the consequences, compare the alternatives which are available. Then he should be able to give a choice. If the patient is not able to give this information or decision, we have to go for a surrogate decision maker. If the patient is not competent, you cannot include the person, or you have to get the decision from the surrogate decision maker. Next one is it has to be a voluntary choice. When do you say that patient has given voluntarily consented for the informed consent? When the decision is free from coercion. Coercion means literally threatening the patient. If you don't agree, we cannot continue our treatment. If you don't sign the informed consent, you will be discharged from the hospital. This kind of threats is called as coercion. So don't coerce the patient to get involved in the research. Undue influence. Okay, overt we are not threatening, we will give subtly we will influence the patient. This is the best option. The relatives say that this is the best option, you go for it. This looks good. The doctor or the relatives, they are trying to influence the patient. Now the patient feels that, oh, we cannot refuse what they are saying. This is called as undue coercion or influence. Then manipulation. If you are trying a new trial, then you talk only about the benefits of the drug and not about the risks of the drug. This is the information manipulation. Or you can manipulate the patient emotionally. If you keep on delaying to decide, you may die. So this kind of manipulation, this emotional manipulation or timing manipulation. You go and ask for the consent when the patient is in distress or when the patient is in stress or pain. So that time he may agree to your study. So this is a timing manipulation. Language, using a jargon language so that he doesn't understand. That is our intention. If he understands, he will not participate in our study. So using a jargon language, this is also a manipulation. Then incentive based. If you participate in the study, I will give you 100 rupees for every visit. So this is incentive based. This is also you are trying to manipulate the participants. Another one is therapeutic misconception. The patient understands that what we are doing is for his benefit and not for the trial. So this is a misconception from the patient side. We only led the patient to this state. So this kind of things, if it is there, it is not a voluntary consent. It is a coerced manipulated consent. So whenever we are communicating something, the biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place. We think that we have communicated, just like our classrooms. I think that you people have understood. I have communicated what I came to tell you. But are you able to comprehend what I am telling? Only if the language is understandable to you, then you will be able to comprehend. So how the patient should be given the information? What should be the standard? It should be at the level of the middle school level, local middle school level. The language should be at the 6th to 8th grade level. And the reading ease should be more than 60 to 70. How do we calculate this reading ease? Number of sentences in the patient information sheet. If the number of sentences, number of words in each sentence, if it is too many, that means that you have written long sentences so that the patient cannot understand. And number of syllables in each word. If the syllables are more, it means that you have written very big words so that the patient cannot understand. So depending upon the number of syllables and the number of words, we are calculating this score. This score has to be more than 60. Then only the patient will be able to understand. So this is a standard in which the informed consent page should be there. So if the study was conducted taking the last 10 years data, whatever informed consent is there, the data was collected. It says that 100% we stated, all the informed consent document says that the purpose and method of research has been told to the patient. Confidentiality safeguards has been told to the patient. This happened in 98.4%. Legally, it is there. But what happened actually, 0% mentioned about the insurance coverage if there is any adverse event. And none of them mentioned the alternative treatment options. They said as if only this option is available. That's how the consent has been got. 45%, this is the score of the reading ease score. What is the target? It has to be more than 60 or 70. Here, most of the consent form, the score is 45. That means it is not comprehensible. And the standard is, the grade should be 6th to 8th standard. Here it is more than 8th standard. So all these shows that we are getting consent, we are legally safe, but actually the patient is not understanding what we are telling. This is the ground reality. So the 3 pillars of the valid consent are you should give all the information. It should be in a simple language so that the participant can understand, and then he should voluntarily give the consent. If any of these three is compromised, if the participant goes to court, even if all the pillars has been there in your document, if the participant says that it was not a voluntary consent, I could not understand what they told, your informed consent becomes null and void. So all the three has to be taken care of. The patient information should be complete, the participant should be able to understand, and he should be able to voluntarily give the consent. So coming to the informed consent document, there are two components. One is the patient information sheet, another one is the informed consent form. Patient information sheet is the sheet which contains all the details about the research. Who is going to do what are the details? We will see the elements. And the informed consent form is the form in which the participant and the investigator will put the signature and close the informed consent form. So we are getting the informed consent form. This is a signature, and another one is the participant information sheet. Both together, a copy has to be handed over to the participant so that whenever he wants, he can go through it. If he wants to consult his family members, he can consult. If he wants to get a second opinion to another doctor, he can take. So that amount of duration has to be given to the participant, and one copy has to be in the hands of the participant. So what are the things elements which has to be there in the patient information sheet? First one, we should state that it is a research. This is not the therapy, it is for the purpose of research. That has to be stated explicitly. Then the purpose and methods, what you are going to do, why this research is being conducted, what is the duration of the research period, how frequently he has to visit the hospital, what are the benefits of the therapy, and what are the risks and discomforts of the new intervention, and how this data will be kept confidential. What is the payment, if there is any reimbursement or compensation, if it is anything, that has to be mentioned. And in case of injury, is there any coverage, compensation is there? And he is free to withdraw from the trial at any time. Whenever he wants, he is free to withdraw from the trial. That has to be mentioned explicitly. And whenever he has got some doubt, to whom he can call and get clarified his doubts. So the research team identity, these are the mandatory things which has to be present in the patient information sheet. Some other details, the additional elements which can be there. What are the alternative procedures which are available? Is there any insurance coverage in case of any adverse event? And if there is any stigmatizing condition, for example, are you using condom, are you a sexual worker, are you LGBTQ, HIV/AIDS studies, these kind of studies, you have to get the consent telling the patient that there is a social stigma. In case of leakage of information, there is a social drama will happen. So we are trying to protect the confidentiality of the data. This has to be told. And if needed, the person has to be given pre and post counseling has to be done before and after the research. And if we are going to use a biological material, how you are going to store, whether there will be secondary use. There is one trial happened in which the blood was collected from the participants. The study got over. Later, the same blood, it was a genetic study. It was for diabetic patients. It was more prevalent in that area, so they collected the blood. Later, they used the same blood sample for some other trial. But the consent was only for the primary research. Secondary research, the consent was not there to use the blood samples. So the population went to the court, they got compensation in huge amounts. So if you are going to use the biological material, you have to get consent for it again. And if you will be sharing the data with somebody else, confidentiality, how you are going to safeguard the data of the participants, post-research benefits, if it is there, whether the treatment you'll be able to continue even after the research gets over, whether he'll be able to continue the drug till the course or cycle gets over. And what is your publication ideas, whether you will be using this for publication or not. Everything has to be spelled out in the participant information sheet. So this is the process. First, you give all the information verbally and then in writing to the participants. If the participant is literate, he can read for himself and he can sign the informed consent document. The presence of a witness, impartial witness, it is okay if he is available only when the participant is signing the document. In case the participant is illiterate, the impartial witness should be there along with the participants when the process is being read out to the participant. All the details will be read out. and he has to understand. The impartial witness has to go through the participant information sheet. For that, he has to be literate. Then in front of him, in front of the impartial witness, the participant has to put his thumb impression. Then the impartial witness has to sign that he has understood and then he has given the consent. So this is the process. Then the copy has to be handed over to the participant. So this is the informed consent form. 3 signatures has to be there. One is the participant, another one is the investigator, another one is the impartial witness. All of them has to sign with the time and date. If the participant is not competent enough, we will be going for the alternative, that is legally authorized representative. Someone else will be, this is a surrogate decision maker. They have to give the consent. So when we have to record the audio visual recording of the informed consent process. In 2003, it was made mandatory for all the trials. Later in 2015, due to feasibility issues, it was withdrawn. And now it is mandatory only for the regulatory clinical trials of new drugs. And whenever vulnerable population is involved in the trial, it is mandatory to get the audiovisual recordings. And it is not required for your academic studies, dissertation, observational studies, and those with minimal risk, we need not take the audiovisual recording. So this is about the informed consent. The main components are information should be there, comprehension should be there, and voluntarily the patient participant has to give the consent. Now, when we can ask for waiver of consent, when we need not get the consent from the participants. These are the common, the highlighted yellow things are the common, what we are commonly doing. One is the retrospective studies. We get the data from the past case sheets or the lab reports. These are retrospective studies. If the participants are de-identified, we can ask for waiver of consent. If there is anonymized biological sample or data, and if it is the data is available in the public domain, we are going to get the data from the public domain. So we can ask for waiver of consent. In these scenarios, the participants are not contacted. We are not harming the participant. So we are asking for a waiver of consent. Let us see. An investigator conducts a retrospective study using hospital records and decides that it qualifies for waiver of consent. Do you agree? It qualifies for waiver of consent. Retrospective hospital data he is collecting. So he started the study without getting informed the consent and without submitting to IEC. What is your opinion? Is it acceptable since the study is free from retrospective data? Acceptable if the data is anonymized? Acceptable if confidentiality is maintained? Not acceptable, waiver of consent requires IEC approval. Online participants, can you post your answer in the chat group? What is the answer posted by the online participants? Park mudiyuma? Park mudiyadu. Okay, fine. How many of you are, which is the answer? Anybody? Yes, ma'am. D. Anybody else? Any other option? It is retrospective data. Case sheet edukku poranga, MRD poranga. They are not going to contact the participants. They did not get, they went for waiver of consent, right? IEC approval mangla. They started the study. Is it okay? Yes or no? How many of you say it is yes? Chuma kaitu. Renda option then yes or no? He can proceed with the data collection or it is not good. You don't agree? He can collect the data or not? How many of you say he can collect the data? No. So he cannot collect the data. Why? Anonymized data dane, retrospective dane, no harm to the participants. Then no, why not he collect the data? What is the catch here? This also requires IEC approval. You cannot decide waiver of consent. IEC has to, institutional ethical committee has to say, okay, you need not get consent. So even if you are going for waiver of consent, you have to submit the protocol to the IEC. The IEC has to give the approval, right? So coming to the special situations, we'll cover only the children, emergency and incompetent participants. Okay. Try to answer this case scenario. 14-year-old patient with chronic respiratory condition, he is eligible for a phase 3 clinical trial of a new biologic. The parents are eager for him to participate and immediately signed the informed consent form. New biological, chronic illness. Okay, the parents are excited. Okay, some new drug has come. So they are signing the informed consent form. During explanation, 14-year-old boy. He clearly expresses that he does not want the frequent drawing of blood and he refuses to give the assent. Assent means partially competent. He's not an adult. So he is partially competent. He says that he don't want to participate in this trial. Now we have to go with the parent or you have to mind the child's opinion. Conflict. There is a conflict between the parent and the child. Which option you will choose? Proceed with the trial. Parental consent overrides the pediatric assent or dissent. Halt enrollment. Respect the child's dissent as absolute. So don't enroll him. Proceed only if the ethical committee grants waiver of consent. Ethical committee says, okay, you enroll him. Which option you want to go? Go with the parents, go with the child, or go with the ethical committee? Ethical committee, ethical committee. Anybody else? B is the right answer. So child's opinion matters. Even though he is a child, his opinion matters. So we'll see. Dissent from a child who is capable of assent must be respected regardless of the parental consent. Parent enna sonnalum child வேணான்னு சொன்னுச்சுன்னா வேண்டாம். Just like you people, whatever the parents say, you are taking the decision right. Similarly, for the pediatric population, parental consent and assent from the child also is needed. If the child is less than 7 years, go for parental consent. If the child is 7 to 12 years, verbally the child has to give consent. He need not sign, but verbally he has to say okay. If the child is more than 12 years and up to 18 years, you have to get a simplified written assent from the child. In case during the trial, the child crosses 18 years, he becomes an adult. Then you have to get the consent from the child. Now, parent is not involved. You have to get the consent from the child. Previously, it becomes the assent. So this is regarding the pediatric population. Okay, next scenario. 15-year-old boy presents with septic shock. He is eligible for a therapeutic clinical trial. We have got a new drug for septic shock. The patient is unconscious, so he cannot give consent. His parents are not immediately reachable. They are yet to reach the hospital. The drug must be given within 20 minutes to be effective. So you have got a wonderful new drug. It has to be given immediately, but you cannot ask the patient, you cannot ask the parents. What we'll do? Do not enroll the patient, wait for the parents to come to get the parental consent. Enroll under emergency exception and then proceed. Enroll only if the ethical committee gives approval. Withhold the intervention. B. Anybody else? Any other answer? D. You don't want to do anything to the patient. B. So there is a thing called emergency exception. So in case of emergencies, the consent need not be got from the participant. You can enroll the patient, but prior to that, you have to get the prior ethical committee approval for emergency waiver. You have got an emergency drug. You are doing a trial using emergency drug. Ethical committee, you should get prior approval. In case of emergencies, I will go without the consent of the participant. Right. You have to document why you have not get the consent. After the parents' arrival, you have to get a deferred consent. That is a delayed consent. So this is the emergency exception. For that, prior ethical approval is needed. It's not your wish. First, you get the approval. Then you enroll the patient. In case of emergencies, you need not wait for the parent or the patient to become conscious. You can enroll the patient. This is the emergency exception. Right. Third one is incompetent patient. When do you call the patient as incompetent? If the patient has got severe mental illness, he has got intellectual developmental disorder, the patient is unconscious or in coma, there is dementia or memory loss for the participant, under the influence of drugs or sedation, you have given some drugs to sedate the participant, and the court has told him as legally incompetent. These participants are incompetent. We cannot get consent from these participants. So from whom you are going to get the consent? We have to go for legally authorized representative. We have to get the consent from the legally authorized representative who acts in the best interest of the participant. His intention should be the best interest of the participant. Once the patient becomes competent, he regains consciousness or is out of the drug influence, now you have to get the reconsent from the participant. Suppose there are divorced parents. You are enrolling the child. From whom you will get the consent? Both the parents. Okay. Suppose one parent gives the consent, another parent refuses and takes you to court. Court has to appoint the one parent as a guardian. Legally divorced parents, the custody of the child will be with one parent. We can get the consent from them. They are not legally separated. They are just separated. One parent gives the consent, enrolls the child. If the other parent is taking you to court, court will decide who is interested in the welfare of the child. That is the catch here. Whoever acts in the best interest of the participants, their opinion will be taken. Right. Coming to the vulnerable population, whom do we call as vulnerable population? Those who cannot protect their own interest. They are not capable of protecting their own interest. Here there is autonomy is compromised. There is a risk of coercion, reduced decision-making capacity. The vulnerable population, the special populations also comes under vulnerable population. Pregnancy and lactation, they have to decide for two of them. Poverty, those who are under poverty, they can be coerced with compensation or money. Hierarchical, employee or boss is conducting the study, he makes the students or the employees to get enrolled, right? This usually happens, right? We are doing a study, all the students are enrolled, we'll come to that. And those who are institutionalized, these are all the vulnerable population. How we are going to safeguard these vulnerable population? First, ask the question, is this study, these participants are needed or not for this trial? If it can be conducted in a non-vulnerable population, they have to be enrolled. Vulnerable population, only if they are going to be benefited, they have to be enrolled. Another thing is, if they are trying a new drug, why deprive the vulnerable population of the new drug? So, if the benefit risk is more towards benefit, you can enroll the vulnerable population. What is the role of IEC here? How they are going to protect the vulnerable population? They have to do the mandatory monitoring and increased scrutiny of the patient information sheet and full committee review. Not the 5% quorum need not be maintained. Full committee should be there to give the ethical approval. Audiovisual recording of the informed consent has to be done. And if you are conducting in a tribal area, you have to get proper approval from the competent authority before entering the tribal area. What we usually do using the vulnerable population is hierarchical vulnerability, that is enrolling the students for our trials. How we are going to safeguard you people from our trials? Suppose I am conducting a trial. I want you all to get enrolled to the trial. So what will be your opinion? If I don't get enrolled, this lady will touch my internal assessment mark, right? For that, you may be forced to enroll into the trial. How this can be, how you people can be safeguarded? One independent person has to obtain the consent. I should not get the consent. Somebody else has to get the consent. And this data has to be blinded. The participation status has to be not be affected if you enroll or if you don't enroll. Academic influence will not be there. That has to be stressed to the participants. And IEC has to oversee that this kind of coercion is not happening. So this is regarding the hierarchical vulnerability. So the informed consent is not only for the protection of the participants' rights, this is also for the regulatory compliance, that is the guidelines and the law wants us to get the informed consent. And this is also for our protection from the researchers' protection from the court. However robust your informed consent document is, நீங்க நல்ல ஒரு டாக்குமெண்ட் ரெடி பண்ணிட்டீங்க, patient information sheet is பக்கா, you got a பக்கா ICD, but one cannot know with certainty whether a consent is valid until a lawsuit has been filed. கோர்ட்டுக்கு போன பிறகுதான் you will know that what are the loopholes in your informed consent form. Then how we are going to protect ourselves, how we are going to do research. Any idea? However robust or informed consent form is, that the patient takes you to court, you are gone, you are finished. Only a good rapport with the patient or the participant, that is going to good relationship often works better than an informed consent. So whatever you are doing, maintain good rapport with the participants, be available to them whenever they are having some doubts. If they are willing to go out of the study, if they want to withdraw, allow them to withdraw from the study. Don't deprive them of the treatment. So this is going to protect you from the law. Any doubts from this topic? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your comprehensive and thought-provoking session on the fundamental aspects of ethical medical practice that ensure respect for patients' autonomy and protection to those at increased risk. Moving on to the next session, I now request Dr. Mageshwaran Sir, Senior Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmacology, Government Tanjavur Medical College, to share his insights on serious adverse events and compensation in clinical trials. Sir has completed his MBBS degree in Thoothukudi Medical College, MD Pharmacology in Jipmer, Pondicherry. Sir has more than 11 years of teaching experience, serving as an IEC member, Pharmacovigilance Committee member, Assistant Nodal Officer of MRU in Tanjavur Medical College, and he had held various administrative posts, resource person in various workshops and CMEs, editor for 3 pharmacological textbooks, reviewer of journals, life member of Indian Society of Rational Pharmacotherapeutics. Sir has published more than 25 articles in various national and international journals, peer-reviewed and non-peer-reviewed publications. Sir, the stage is yours.
Good morning. So far we have heard about what is good clinical practice, how to take informed consent, what are the roles of principal investigator, right? So now we are going to look on the other side of the research, right? Not all the research will bring good. It will also bring bad things, correct? Right. இல்ல என்ன கவர் பண்ண வேண்டாம் கவர் பண்ணி Can you please stand up? Suppose you are going to a hotel, right? Your first time trying a biryani, right? What will your experience be always? Which is your favorite dish? Biryani only, right? Everybody loves biryani. You are not a foodie. No. Not a foodie. Suggest a foodie here. Yes, very good. Stand up. Just answer. If you are trying a biryani first time in a hotel, what are the things you will experience?
Taste and the piece of the chicken. The taste.
Taste, okay then.
Texture.
Texture.
Color.
Color. Smell.
Smell.
Hotel ambience, everything, right? Right. So everyone will feel that present. They'll feel how good is the food, how good is the biryani, everything. But often they will miss out what will happen the next day. What will happen to your gut the next day, right? So not all things will always be good. There will be always a darker side. Not darker side, bad side. So that's what we are going to discuss about. Sometimes not all the drugs will be good. It will always produce side effects. Even in trial, it will produce various side effects, right? If you see this heading, newspaper, randomly every month you will come across this kind of news. A Bangalore man who was part of a clinical trial dies and the brother blames the research and development firm for the compensation. Correct? You might have come across. In 2016, in France, they have tested a painkiller, right? The painkiller, just like whatever paracetamol, paracetamol, aspirin, all those things are there, right? They inhibit which enzyme? Cyclooxygenase. So they identify different enzyme. So that enzyme is also involved in inflammation. So why not block that enzyme? So in animals, they have tested this drug, right? It is very good in animals. So they recruited 6 healthy volunteers. You know what kind of phase is that? General pharmacology. When you recruit only 6 healthy volunteers, first time after an animal study, what phase is that? You are second year, right? Completed general pharmacology, right? Now tell me. Phase 0, right? You are doing a micro study before phase 1. So naturally they have done a phase 0. In a micro dose they have administered. But what happened? Out of 6, many developed, 4 to 5 developed acute brain hemorrhage, right? Very fatal. So this tragedy, again, similar tragedy, teralizumab, another investigational drug, same thing, scenario, 10 years back, 20 years back, the patient developed elephant syndrome, called as cytokine syndrome. Just a small molecule in nanogram administered into your system leads to cytokine storm. Pathology cytokines. It causes released uncontrollably. So you literally develop edema all over your body. So you literally turn into like an elephant. Okay. So very fatal. So similar kind of things happened. Many patients died. So even ours, if you take the report from our CDSCO and ask the question, last in 10 to 20 years, how many participants died in the clinical trial and how many compensation were obtained, you can see 311 participants have died because of clinical trial and 22,000 have experienced non-lethal side effect, right? So you get the data by filing an RTA. I didn't do, someone had done it already. See here, every year, 438 reports, death were reported in a trial, and out of that, 16 were linked to the actual drug, right? Like that, we have all the graphs throughout the year. And look at the compensation paid by the sponsors or pharmaceutical company. They are in crores. In 2011, they have paid 36 lakhs. In 2016, it is around 1 crore, 70 lakhs. In 2020 alone, 2 crore, like that, right? So every year, pharmaceutical company also paying compensation. So this, what is the point here? When you do a clinical trial, you will always experience definitely some adverse event, correct? It is unavoidable. So what are the things to do if you experience or if you come across an adverse event? So those are the regulations we are going to see. So before that, few terminologies. Now adverse effect, adverse drug reaction, adverse event. We know all the definitions. So I'll skip the definition and go to the context. Is animation work agada? Sir, okay, leave it. No issues. It's okay. Right. A 65-year-old male has participated in an antihypertensive trial, right? It's a new calcium channel blocker. So it caused vasodilatation. On first day, he developed dizziness. So his BP dropped. Then he fell down and hurt his head and developed a small bump, right? The dose was reduced to 2.5 milligram. Now, after 10 days, he developed severe bone marrow depression. So in this scenario, right, answer is already there. Just know the difference. Developing a dizziness due to hypotension is a known effect. Okay, so it is expected. So you tell the patient while getting the informed consent that what do you tell? When you take this drug, your BP will drop and you will develop some amount of dizziness. So we call it as expected side effect. Correct? It is always present in your informed consent, right? But he fell down and hurt his head. So what is this? This is an event, adverse event. It is not directly related to drug or it may related to drug, we don't know. But you have to record it. Okay, so that is the difference. Developing a dizziness is a pharmacologically explained adverse reaction, right? But hurting his head, fell down and hurt his head is an adverse event. When in trial, you have to record this also as a adverse event. Now again, he developed severe bone marrow depression. So this comes under serious adverse event or adverse drug reaction. Okay, right. So when you record this serious adverse event, now when will you say serious adverse event? So these are the criteria. When a event resulting in the death of the subject or permanent disability like loss of vision, loss of hearing or loss of limb, permanent disability or hospitalization. So requiring additional hospitalization for a certain amount of time or a healthy person leading to prolongation of hospitalization. The patient is already healthy, but because of the trial, he got admitted, leading to significant disability or incapacity and congenital abnormality when you recruit a pregnant woman or a life-threatening event. All these things come under serious adverse event. Okay, right. Now you are a principal investigator and you are conducting a trial. You have come across a serious adverse event. There are certain timelines that guidelines recommends. You have to adhere to these timelines. Otherwise, you will end up in thing. Now, before going into this, you should be clear about two trials: academic trials and sponsor initiated or pharmaceutical trials. Can anyone tell the difference? Academic trial, not from the faculty side, from student side. Academic trial, you. ரொம்ப சோகமா இருக்கே சொல்லு. Academic trial என்ன? Pharmaceutical trial என்ன? Any idea? ICMR கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீல்ல? Yo, ICMR. Okay, you will come across. Okay, so when you go to SPM, you will do a research, right? ICMR research. So you are doing some actual research under the guidance of a faculty during your study, right? So you are doing that research only for academic purpose, how to improve already existing treatment. You are not going to market that, right? So when you have commercial objective that you are going to sell the drug, then it becomes pharmaceutical or sponsor initiated trials. You don't sell it only for pure academic improvement to refine the existing treatment or to refine the existing therapies. Then it is an academic trial. Now, whatever rule we are going to discuss, apply rigorously for marketing or pharmaceutical trials. Okay, for academic trials, I will tell later. So these rules I'm going to say for academic, non-academic trials like pharmaceutical or marketing trials. So when the sponsor will be there, investigator will be there. As soon as serious adverse event occurred, within 24 hours, the investigator should report to 3 persons. One will be the sponsor who is conducting the trial, sponsoring the trial, right? And another one will be Central Licensing Authority. So what is the Central Licensing Authority of India? CDSCO bar DCGI. They are the Central Licensing Authority, right? Then to Ethical Committee, where the study was approved, the chairperson. So the investigator must submit the initial report. I will tell later what is initial report and detailed report. So how many hours it has to be submitted? Within 1 day, okay, on the occurring of event. Now, once you submit these 3, now they have received the initial report from the investigator. Now, the detailed report to be submitted. So you have 14 days time. You have to collect all the details, do a causality assessment, right? For second year pharmacology students, there will be causality assessment exercise, right? So that will be done separately by the investigator and again by the sponsor. He cannot copy from him or he cannot copy from him. They have to do a separate causality assessment. With the detailed report, they have to submit within 14 days. Now you have 2 timelines, correct? So serious adverse event happened. Investigator, எப்ப submit பண்ணோம்? Initial report within 1 day. Detailed report within 14 days. To all 3. Sponsor, Centralizing Authority and ICE, right? So sponsor also submit within 14 days, correct? Now Central Licensing Authority has received 2 reports so far. One from the investigator, 1 day, and another from the sponsor, 14th day, right? Now the ethical committee should give the report within 30 days. After occurrence of after the SAE, within 30 days, the ethical committee should give the report. What ethical committee should do? They will not give causality assessment. They will not do causality assessment. They will do opinion on the causality assessment, whether they have done a proper causality assessment or not, and what is the compensation amount that can be paid, right? And what are the recommendation to the Central Licensing Authority. So that is the work of ICE. Now the Central Licensing Authority has received 3 reports so far. One initial report, detailed report, then IC report. Once all the 3 reports are obtained, this Central Licensing Authority will form an expert committee. It will choose one expert committee from the nation and get the decision from that expert committee. So the expert committee work is, they will determine whether compensation is applicable or not. When compensation will be applicable? When the serious adverse event is related to drug or not. Okay, so will they decide whether serious adverse event is related to drug or not, whether compensation has to be paid, if at all paid, how much amount has to be paid. All the 3 things will be decided by the expert committee and submit the report within 60 days from the SAE event. Okay, so 4th timeline, 60 days. Now the central licensing authority has another 1 month, will take 1 month time. So submit the final decision of 90 days. Okay. So from the timeline of serious adverse event occurrence to reporting, the DCGI will take a final decision within 90 days. Once the DCGI order has come, you pay this much compensation, the sponsor should pay within 30 days. So within 4 months, the monetary benefit should be given, if at all applicable. Understood the timeline? Right. Whether all these things is applicable for our research, what we are doing in our medical college. Are we doing pharmaceutical research in our medical college? No, we are doing academic trial. We are not promoting or not looking for the sale of the drug, right? We are not going to benefit monetarily. So these are all academic trials. So when you come across adverse event in your trial, right? So when will you do trial? Most of us, we are doing only observation studies, right? Suppose when you are going to do a trial with a, say for example, I'm having metformin. Recently, it is almost everywhere used for diabetes, PCOD, all those conditions. You wanted to try it in different situation. Now it violates the rule. When you want to use a drug for a newer indication, whatever is already approved, but you are not going to take that. You are going to do a new indication, or you are going to make a new formulation, right? Or in new dosage form, new route. Then you have to get a approval from the DCGI, right? Now the DCGI will tell whether your trial is academic or pharmaceutical or non-academic or for other purpose. When you apply for DCGI, see the rule is most of us are doing observation studies. So no worry about occurrence of serious adverse event because we are just observing, right? If at all you are going to do a trial, when you violate all these things, you are trying it for a new route, all those things, then you have to get what permission? DCGI permission. So you apply in a CDSO portal. When the DCGI is not responding within 30 days, consider it as a academic trial because they explicitly say no need to get my permission. But if they say you have to get my permission and yours is a non-academic trial, then all this rule will apply for you, right? But in our institution, who is the sponsor? Who will pay the compensation? Anyone? This question can be answered by the faculty. Suppose you are doing an academic trial and DCJ say it is a almost like clinical trial. So they have replied, permission is must and you obtain the permission. Now the serious adverse event occurred. Who will pay the compensation? Institution will pay the compensation. So for that, institution should actually also have a research fund, all those things, a separate head, compensation fund should be there, and informed consent will become very tedious. So already we are providing free treatment, so that aspect is already covered. But for injury, other things, the compensation has to be, again, all the rule will apply, and from the institution fund, it will occur. But for academic trial, there is no compensation. In informed consent itself, you have to say, if anything happened, you are already getting free treatment. Free treatment is already provided. Compensation will not be paid. You have to explicitly say. And after reading that, if the patient participates, that is the rule. Right. So NDCT 19, they don't directly say the rules about academic trials. Right. The difference between initial report and detailed reports, only thing, just say initial report na, what we say? Initial ஜாதகம் மாதிரி பேர் என்ன நட்சத்திரம் என்ன செய்யறதா செட் ஆகுதா இல்லையா, ரைட்? டீடைல் ரிப்போர்ட் அதுக்கப்புறம் தோண்டுவாங்க இல்லையா, யூஜியில் நல்லா இருந்தாரா, பிஜியில் நல்லா இருந்தாரா, நல்லபடியாக இருந்தாரா. ஸோ தோஸ் ஆர் ஆல் டீடைல் ரிப்போர்ட், சேம் வே, ரைட்? ஸோ ஐடி, just patient details, basic details, a short description about the serious adverse event, what is the current status, right? So those are the initial report. Then after 14 days, within 14 days, you have to say all the things. How many dose total the patient has received so far? What are the dose range? All those things. At what dose range the patient developed the side effect? What is the nature of the side effect? And what are the causality assessment you have done? And the committee member detail also. Who has done the causality assessment? all those things, detailed reports, right? So this completes one part, how to report serious adverse event. Now coming to the second part, compensation. For that, few formulas are there, right? I want you to take your calculator in your mobile. ரொம்ப சோகமாலாம் எடுக்க வேண்டாம். You can take it brisk. ஒன்றும் இல்லை, just third standard mathematics தான். So first we'll see scenario. Those who want to take PG quickly, these are the questions that can be asked in PG, right? First, death. Worst case scenario, death happened, right? So for death, we have a formula called base amount into F into R. Base amount is 8 lakhs fixed. This F is nothing but a factor which will be given in a table, okay? For it varies according to the age. If you are younger, the value will be very higher, because in society you will earn so much money when you are younger, correct? Because you have a long life. While participating itself, your age is 70, the F factor will be very low, because you are expected to die within next 10 or 20 years, right? Now coming to R. R is risk. Risk means when you come into the trial, how healthy you are. When you are very terminally ill, the value will be very low, right? For terminally ill patient, it is 0.5. Healthy volunteer, it is 4. So take only these three things into account and calculate the value. How much compensation to be paid for this scenario? A 25-year-old healthy male participated in phase 1 clinical trial and died on the 7th day. He has no comorbidity. So take, what is the base amount? 8 lakhs into F value I have given here, 216.91 into R, risk. What is the risk value here? Healthy. So it is 4. So how much it comes? And divided by 99.37. So it approximately comes around 70 to 68 to 70 lakhs, right? So this much compensation will be recommended by the expert committee to the DCGI. And the DCGI approves. The sponsor has to pay within how many days from the order? 30 days, within 1 month, right? Coming to this next scenario, permanent disability. Permanent disability means, suppose because of drug, you lost your vision permanently, or hearing, or your necrosis of whole limb leading to amputation. So this comes under permanent disability. So the rule is simple. When you have 100% disability, 90% amount of death value. You calculate the death value and take 90%, right? When the disability is less than 100%, again the formula, quantum of death compensation into disability percentage into this formula, okay? So first this scenario, the age is 45, diabetic, so he is not healthy, having mild risk. So mild risk develop or no? 3. So calculate the death value. Suppose the patient died na evlo vandirukum. Again 8 lakhs into, the F value is 169.4. 8 lakhs into 169.4 into 3 divided by 99.37. Right? So it comes as 40.92 lakhs varo. Now he has 100% disability. So what is the 90% of 40.92 lakhs? 36 lakhs. So the sponsor has to pay 36 lakhs. Okay, right. So I'll skip this. Using this formula, we can calculate. What about congenital anomaly? Congenital anomaly, the rule is simple. If it is stillbirth or early death, abortion. Stillbirth or abortion, that is one scenario. Child born with deformity and child born with disability, that is another scenario. For scenario 1, directly calculate 50% death, calculate the death value, 50% of that should be given, right? Whom age to be put? Mother age or child age? You have to take the highest value in the F value, right? Highest value is 16 years. That's the highest value. So you take 16 years, highest value 284 into 8 lakhs into risk is healthy. So 4 divided by 99.37. So you'll get one death amount that 50% to be given, or the minimum wage the person who earns in Delhi is 710 rupees as of now in 2025 April. And the minimum wage to be given for an unskilled worker in Delhi is 710 rupees per day. Into month quota, you will get around 700 into 30, 21,000 to 22,000 varo. So that much amount to be earned as the interest from the lump sum amount. Bank la, if you deposit that amount, that interest should give at least 22,000. So they will calculate both 50% of death or this one, whichever is higher, they will select that. That is for scenario 1. If there is a death or stillbirth. Coming to deformity, same. In addition, they have to provide lifelong medical care as long as needed. Okay. Same amount, the same thing, plus lifelong care for that child. For prolonged hospitalization, the rule is very simple. 2 into wages into N. Suppose because of serious adverse event, you don't have permanent disability or death, just admitted for another 30 days. So 2 into, what is the wage? 710 as of now, into 30 days. That amount should be given to you, right? Plus your medical expenses to be borne as free by the sponsor, right? So that's all. Now, question. You, when a serious adverse event occurred, within how many hours the investigator should report? Your friend can help. 24 hours, very good. Timeline for detailed report? 14 days, very good. Who is the central licensing authority? FDA or CDSCO for India? CDSCO, right? They will, once they given the order, in how many days the compensation amount to be paid? 30 days, very good. Right. So, okay, something has gone into your hippocampus. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for shedding light on the critical aspect of serious adverse effect reporting and compensation in clinical research. After feeding our minds, it's time to take care of our appetite as well. Let's pause here for lunch. All are requested to assemble at 1:30 p.m. after in-schedule break for more interesting session ahead. Thank you all.
Innovation, New Drugs and Clinical Trial Rules 2019. Now I invite Dr. Yusuf Ali Sir, Senior Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmacology, Government KAP Medical College, Trichy, to deliver a talk on this interesting topic. Sir has completed his MBBS from KAPV Medical College, Trichy, post-graduation from Madras Medical College. He has a work experience of more than 10 years serving as a pharmacologist, IEC in Mahatma Eye Hospital Private Limited, Trichy. He has various articles published in national and international journals. Sir has been awarded with research work antioxidants in diabetes. It is selected as the best paper in South Regional Pharmacological Conference 2014. Sir, the stage is yours.
So good evening and thanks for a nice introduction. Today my topic is about new drugs clinical trial rules. So this topic is very important. You can see what is the today CME heading. Anybody? CME or heading? Yes, good clinical practice and NDCT. So all other speakers talked about good clinical practice. For me, they give me so much of importance. and mention my topic separately. It is NDCT rules. Why? The other things are separated from rules. Is there any importance? We will see in upcoming discussions. First, as a speaker, I must know my audience. Am I correct? Who I'm delivering my lectures. So who are my audience? According to my understanding, it's mostly undergraduate students. You are all my audience. And postgraduate students who are all in online. And few faculty members are there. These are my audience. I have very clear understanding who I am going to talk. But what I want to ask here is, what you are going to learn? What is the purpose of you sitting here? Actually, if there is any purpose for you all to sit here today, நீங்கெல்லாம் எதுக்குப்பா உட்காந்துருக்கீங்க இவ்வளோ நேரமா? என்ன ரீசன் இருக்க முடியும்? காலேஜில் சொல்லியிருக்காங்க டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டில் அட்டெண்டன்ஸ் போடணும் அப்படின்ட்டு. ஸோ யூஆர் ஆர் சிட்டிங், அதர்வைஸ் தே won't give attendance சார் அப்படின்ட்டு. Is there any actual reason exist? What is your current university rules are saying about good clinical practice? Anybody? Enna university rules about good clinical practice and UG students? So if you are attending this good clinical practice lecture today and submit your certificate to pharmacology department, they will award you 2 marks in your internal assessment. Do you know that or not? When the program நடக்குது இல்லையா, if you submit that your participation certificate to the department, they will award you in 2 marks. It's clearly mentioned in your assessment record note. You don't know. So for UG students, you are interested in doing research work or not? Is it compulsory for UG student to do a research work or it is optional? Any idea regarding that? If you want to get an MBBS degree, do you want to do is a must or optional to do a clinical research or any research? Any idea? Yes, it is optional. But if you did, what is the benefit of that? அது தெரியுமா தெரியாதா என்ன பெனிஃபிட் அப்படின்னு? So similarly, if you are doing any clinical research, go and check your assessment record. If you do any clinical research, they will award you 5 marks in pharmacology internal assessment. If you finish and if you start any clinical research during second year period, they will award you 5 marks. So ஒரு imaginary scenario வச்சுப்போம். Pharmacology department, they stopped one student for less internal assessment mark. Later on, the student is claiming in the court, actually this pharmacology department didn't inform us anything regarding this marks, like internal assessment marks for GCP program or internal assessment for research work, so that I lacked this mark. If I know previously, I am already eligible for this program. So it is fault with department. Kindly permit me to attend the exam. If we put a case, whether it is valid or not, what do you think? Actually, 7 mark இருக்கு இல்லையா, அது உங்களுக்கு தெரியாதுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். I think so. If you claim that mark later, what will happen? Whether they will accept your unknown or your less knowledge regarding that, what court of law will say? See that there comes the rules are important. You can't claim any courts by saying that I don't know the rules. It's already assessment record with you. It's there. It's clearly mentioned there. So as a UG student, you have 2 benefits by attending the today's class or today's seminar. You get 2 marks for participation and another 5 marks if you proceed for the research studies in your college. Similarly, for PG students, it is mandatory to get a PG degree. It is mandatory to do the research. So எப்பவுமே I already said, before doing anything, you should very clear with your rules. கோர்ட்ல போயிட்டு எனக்கு தெரியாது அப்படின்னு சொல்ல முடியாது. For example, if you are having so much of, for imaginary purpose, if you have so much of unapproved drug, if a police come and caught you for having unapproved drug, whether you can claim your innocence by I don't know the rules, is it possible? So it is completely not possible. So these rules you should know these rules. Why? Because how many of you are planned to do an research study in UG itself. Anybody interested? Nobody interested. There are so many ICMR studies will be there. So even if you are not interested, how many are interested in doing PG? So everybody are interested here. Huh? It's very, very nice. Everybody should do. We are in a position like that. For PG, this rules are mandatory. If you don't know the rules, then you will be surely caught up somewhere and you will punished. So for that purpose, you should understand where these rules are there, what are the important rules they are mentioning there. So this is the purpose you are sitting here. You should know the rules beforehand. Even before PG, you should know these kind of rules are exist. If I don't follow these rules, they will be prosecuted in future. So with this introduction, I may enter into the topic proper. So actually before 1930, so இன்னைக்கு நம்ம என்ன பார்க்குறோம்னா நியூ ட்ரக்ஸ் அண்ட் கிளினிக்கல் ட்ரையல் ரூல் அப்படின்னா என்னன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா these are all the laws, government laws. You should legally abide by it. For any clinical trials or any research you are doing, these are all the rules you should follow. Before 1913, there is no such guidelines in British era. There is something happened in 1930 which makes the government to form or frame the rules regarding that. What happened in 1930? That means there is one important thing happened that is called as quinine crisis. Anybody hear about 1930 quinine incident? Quinine எதுக்குப்பா கொடுத்திருப்பாங்க? Very good. It's used for treatment of malaria. What happened in 1930? There is a huge outbreak of malaria. So this is a history why the NDCT rules come. Because my mentor always says that you should know the history, then only you know the importance of these rules. In 1930, there is a huge outbreak of malaria occurs here. There is no quinine in India. It should be imported from Indonesia through European countries. There's a whole huge outbreak. But this Indonesian has not so much of drugs to send to India because Indian populations are so huge. Now also, in the past also. So what they did is, they send the chalk powder. They put the label of quinine. In 1930, the quinine crisis, what happened is, they send a huge packets of chalk powder to India in the label of quinine. When it reaches the Indian distributors, they open and immediately they say, they see the presence of chalk powder because lay persons may do not know whether it is a quinine drug or chalk powder. The manufacturer, the producer surely know whether it is a chalk powder or not. It's not a quinine drug. The manufacturer is very clear about that. So what is the next ideal step the manufacturer did? Do you know? Do you know anything regarding that? Indian manufacturer, after identifying that instead of quinine, they received only chalk powder packages. What they did in 1930, you know or not? So what they did, actually what they should do, என்ன பண்ணிருக்கணும் அவங்க? என்ன பண்ணாங்க? நீங்களாம் என்னப்பா பண்ணுவீங்க? So you report, but you don't know that procedure எங்க report பண்ணணும், அது வேற பிரச்சனை இல்லை. But what they did means, they fear that people will caught. They don't afraid about harming the patient. They fear that this drug won't sell. Their profit will be very less. So அவங்க என்ன பண்ணாங்கன்னா, the manufacturers, they add so many of ingredient and chemicals in India so that it smells and feels exactly like a quinine. So it causes extravagant death of so many persons treated with this drug quinine. So it causes so many deaths in India. So in 1930, British government, and at that time we are in colony only. So they decided to set up a committee under Mr. Great Dr. Ramnath Chopra, who is a father of Indian pharmacology. From that, the rules started to frame. That first rules formed in 1940, which is called as Drug and Cosmetics Act. அப்பனா 10 வருஷம் ஆயிருக்கு. 1930, it's reported, and it take almost 10 years, up to 1940, to government recognize and pass the bill in the parliament, and then the rules are framed in 1945. So 1945 இப்போ நீங்கள் பார்க்குறீங்க ஃபார்மகாலஜியில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா there is schedule H, schedule A, B இப்படிலாம் இருக்குல்ல, இது எல்லாமே 1945 rules. After then, the same thing is keep on continuing like that. In 1988, there is one problem occurs. What happened in 1988 is in the 1940 Drug and Cosmetics Act, they treat these drugs as chemicals. They assume that if the chemical is good, the drug will be good. So they treat the drug as, these laws treat the drug as a chemical. According to them, if the drug chemical is good, then drug also good. It won't identify to that patient's matter. So in the 1988, there are so much of increased clinical trials happening all over the India. Our drugs are supplied all over the India without any Indian studies. So in the 1988, the government decided to pass the Schedule Y. This also belongs to the drug and cosmetic rules, and they give some guidelines regarding clinical trial. So in the history, 1940 Drug and Cosmetic Act. In 1988, they proposed Schedule Y under Drug and Cosmetic Act. That act is very good. 1988, this our people representatives are very much care about that people, and they put one important rule. What is that rule? Only if the drug completed the study in outside countries are allowed to continue their study inside the India. For example, if you want to do in phase 3 trial in India, it should completed phase 3 trial elsewhere. அதான் வந்து அதோட heart of Schedule Y, that is called as phase lag. In pharmacology படிச்சிருப்பீங்க different clinical trial phases, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 and phase 4. If India, if you want to do phase 3 trial, then the drug should completed its phase 3 trial somewhere in other parts of the country. That is called as phase lag, which is very important property of Schedule Y. But in 2005, there is so much of globalization happens. And our Indian government felt that our rules are very strict, so that we are not able to become a pharma giants. It's somewhat they found that it is a big hurdle for pharma companies, as well as it affects the growth of India. So the 2005, they remove the thing called as phase lag, which present in the Schedule Y. அது வரைக்கும் the Schedule Y ஓட important property and the phase lag they removed. And what happens in the 2012, there is one important case, put it in the Supreme Court. In the Supreme Court cases, there is one vulnerable group of populations are used for clinical trials without the consent, and so many deaths occur to the clinical trial participants, and compensation also not provided properly. So that case comes in the court in 2012. That vulnerable population is nothing but that people suffered by the Pobal gas tragedy. You heard about Pobal gas tragedy? What happens in 1984? There is a severe gas leakage from the chemical industry, which affects so many populations. So if anybody like that, what do you do? So if you see some person which undergoes so much tragic experience in your life, what you will do with the person? You are பார்க்குறீங்க, he undergoes severe tragedy in his life. What are you going to do with that person? என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க? You help, support, or leave as such? Yes, we are help and support. But actually what happened in that Madhya Pradesh, they enrolled them in clinical trial. They want to study what is the effect of the drug in these vulnerable populations. But problem is not there. The problem is there. Most of the subjects don't know we are enrolling the clinical trial itself. And there are so many deaths are there. When they go for compensation, they won't provide any compensation for their death, claiming that their death is mainly due to that gas tragedy, not by clinical trials. When the case comes to the Supreme Court is completely shocked. And immediately when the laws are referred, in the Schedule Y, there is no definite rules to curtail these pharma companies or pharmaceutical manufacturers to make them to pay for any kind of compensation, because the rules are all there in Schedule Y are vague. The rules are framed based on that phase lag property. Here completely phase lag also removed, and there is no clear-cut definition about any compensation or informed consent or anything regarding ethics committee also there. So Supreme Court openly claimed that these pharma companies use Indian populations, poor Indian populations like a guinea pig. So government of India should take immediate action. Otherwise, we won't allow any new clinical trial. After Supreme Court intervention, immediately the new amendments are added in Schedule Y. Finally, it came out as new drugs clinical trial rules in 2019. So now any clinical trials we carried out, any research we are carried out. I already said, you are a students who are going to do clinical research. For doing that, you should understand and you should know very well about this new drugs and clinical trial rules of 2019. இப்போ இவ்வளோ ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்கு இல்லையா மக்களுக்கு அதை சொன்னோன்னா ஸ்டூடெண்ட் ஷுட் நாட் திங்க் வெதர் திஸ் கிளினிக்கல் ட்ரையல் இஸ் பேட் டு யூ திங்க் லைக் தட் Do you think like that these clinical trials are bad and evil? No. Without clinical trial, how will you use new drugs? Am I correct? Without clinical trial, no new drug will come into the market. Am I correct or wrong? So clinical trial also important. Similarly, the patient protection is also important. So patient protection is always the priority. Second, the scientific invention should also taken care. So these NDCT rules perfectly balance the both. They try to balance both easy acceptability and fast acceptability of the pharmaceutical products. At the same time, it safeguards the production safety of that involved participants also. So Supreme Court claim don't use humans as a guinea pigs. It's already there. It's a mentioned statement by Supreme Court. This Bhopal cash tragedy student patients are enrolled in clinical trials, so much death happened. So from that NDCT rules 2019 came. So இதில் என்ன பார்த்தீங்கன்னா from the NDCT rules there are 13 chapters are there, 107 rules are there. Beside that they have some 8 attachments and it contains 27 forms. நீங்கள் என்ன தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும் அப்படின்னா ரொம்ப டீட்டெயிலாக போக வேண்டாம். There is 13 chapters and contains 107 rules. The schedules, it will give elaborate description. We can't keep on changing the law. So they give some schedules. In that they will explain the matters and what are all the documents you need to attach. They will explain that area in schedules. Mainly you should remember these 107 rules and 13 chapters are there. அதில் உங்களுக்கு எது தேவைப்படுமோ you should familiarize with that rules of NDCT 2019. So இப்போ 13 chapters இருக்கு இல்லையா அந்த 13 chapters ஓட நேம் இங்கே மென்ஷன் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். We will see one by one of all the chapters. The first chapter is chapter 1. And the chapter 1ல என்ன இருக்குன்னா there are so many definitions are there. நான் ரெண்டு important definition எடுத்துட்டு வந்திருக்கேன். ஒரு definition வந்து it's new drug. Another one definition is clinical trial. Already Dr. Mageshwaran sir explained what is a new drug. New drug na என்னப்பா? What do you think? What is a new drug? According to me, anything recently come into the market is a new drug. Am I correct or not? Correct இல்லையா? So அது எத்தனை வருஷம்? ஒரு வருஷமா அந்த நியூ ட்ரக்கா? 2 years or 3 years? What actually the law says? Here it is not guidelines. The previous speakers all talked about mostly guidelines. Here everything is a rule. According to the rule, when the drug is introduced for the first 4 years, it is a new drug. நம்மளா டெஃபினிஷன் பண்ண முடியாது இல்லையா? நான் சொன்னால் only 1 year தான் நியூ ட்ரக் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவேன். But they clearly mentioned for first 4 years it is considered to be a new drug. Any unapproved drug is also a new drug. Or if you combining 2 drugs for the first time, then it is also a new drug. Beside that, any vaccines, any biological you are using, this 4-year rules won't applicable. If you are using corona vaccine until the end of the century, it is kept it as new drug. Why they kept the new drug means, why they kept that new drug status means the intense research should be there, will be keep on going. That is about new drug rules. Now you understand what is the new drug? Any unapproved drug or approved drug within first 4 years, any biologicals, and then one more what? Any new drug combinations are considered to be a new drugs. What is clinical trial? நீ காலையில இருந்து எல்லாரும் பேசினாங்க இல்லையா clinical trial and clinical trials னு. What is actually a clinical trial? What's a clinical trial? So any study to involve human population simply called as clinical trial. நீங்க ஏதாவது ஒரு ஸ்டடி பண்றீங்க அதுல ஒரு human population இருந்தாங்கன்னா it is a clinical trial. But NDCT still refines and say want to safeguard you all the peoples. They want to put, for example, pharmaceutical company, they are going to do research and market the drug and they're going to earn in billions of rupees. For academic purpose, you are doing with own interest, you are not going to get any such big money. If both are undergoing the same tedious process, means then you think how much it's very difficult for a student to do the research. Am I correct? So this NDCT rules, most of the places it is mentioned that this clinical trial means any study which carried out with the new drug with a commercial intent or commercial purpose. புரியுதா? So clinical trial na human population involved anala it's a clinical trial only. But stringent rules are applied whenever it is commercialized. There is so much of liberalizations there when it is do it for academic purpose. Got the point? So that is about first chapter. If you take that NDCT rule and see the first chapter, they discuss all about important definitions. Then come to the second chapter. Second chapter tells about who is the authority to carry over all these NDCT rules and everything and approval is DCGI. One more name for other name for this DCGI is Central Licensing Authority. The final highest power. இப்போ நம்ம காலேஜுக்கு யார் final authority? Dean sir. Similarly for this drug related clinical trial matters, the final authority is Central Licensing Authority, otherwise called as Director General, DCGI. So now we come to chapter 3. Chapter 3 is dealing about ethics committee constituents. So where this ethics committee comes, for example, if a student, UG student or PG student, if you want to do the study, sir soltarpa, they will give 5 marks in my pharmacology internal assessment exam. I am going to do a study. First you need to get permission for your study. Am I correct? That place is ethics committee. That ethics committee usually present inside your college. உங்க காலேஜ்ல அந்த ethics committee இருக்கும். அந்த ethics committeeல there will be a chairman from outside and secretary from inside your college. Chairman வந்து from outside college or hospital and secretary from inside the college, and it contains clinicians, non-clinicians, lay persons, and so many legal persons will be there, lay persons will be there, and social scientists will be there. So at least minimum requirement is 7 for ethical committee. So from that I put one case scenario. A medical college contains an IEC, chairman yarun pathina dean. Okay. Secretary is vice principal. They recruited 5 senior residents from their colleges members. So these all 7 members are salaried male staffs of their own college. So what is the problem or any red flags here? What? Yes. The dean cannot be, sir rightly point out, so many red flags are there. First red flag is, sir is saying dean cannot be a chairman. Is it a rule or not? Yes, it is a legal rules that according to the NDCT rules, your college person cannot be a chairman. It should be an outside member so that it allows this committee to function freely. So second question, whether VP can be a secretary? No. Is it, what's that? Yes, whether it is a rule or it is ethics is the problem here. உங்களுக்கு ஒரு மாதிரி குழப்பமா இருக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கும். சும்மா ஒரு சின்ன டிஸ்கஷன். இது வந்து மெயினாக ஃபேக்கல்ட்டி மெம்பர்ஸ் திஸ் கொஸ்டின். விபி வந்து சேர்மனாக இருக்கலாமா கூடாதா? இஸ் எ லீகலா சார் இல்லைனா எத்திக்கல் ப்ராப்ளமா? Yes, as sir correctly point out, there is no legal limitation. It clearly says that affiliated members can be a secretary. But what the problem is, VP has an administrative power. Am I correct? If he sit as a secretary there in the ethics committee, others members won't speak freely against her will. So there is so much of ethical problems there, but legally it is not against. If there is ethical violations of VP become secretary. And then 5 senior residents as members. For all 7 members from the 7 members are salaried male staffs. ஸோ இதில் என்ன பிரச்சனை சார்? எல்லாமே அதே காலேஜ்லேருந்து ரெக்ரூட் பண்ணலாமா? ஸோ யூ ஷுட் நாட் பி தேர். இட்ஸ் எ ரூல். எஸ், there should be, there's a rule is there. There should be a one woman must there to approve the, should be there in your ethics committee. Otherwise your ethics committee is not a standardized ethics committee. It is a rule. Yes, another one is equal number of representation from inside the college and outside the college. So these many red flags are there. இது ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்க்கு பெருசாக யூஸ்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்காது. இட்ஸ் ஃபார் ஃபேக்கல்ட்டி மெம்பர்ஸ் டிஸ்கஷன். ஸோ மினிமம் ஒன் உமன் மஸ்ட் பி தேர் ஃபார் த எத்திக்ஸ் கமிட்டி டு பி வேலிட் legally. Then these points are all clearly mentioned by Madam Gomathi Madam. So I am skipping this thing. So these are all about chapter 3. இங்கே ஒருத்தர் வந்து there's some imaginary scenario. ஒரு PG student வந்து ஆர்கியூ பண்ணுறாரு. So PG students argue like this: ethics committee should only look into ethical matters. It should not be include any scientific matters. My study already approved by scientific committee, so ethics committee should approve my study. இப்படி ஒருத்தர் claim பண்ணா, நீங்க ஒரு paper you are going to present in the scientific committee after approval by your HOD, but ethics committee is rejecting your paper. You are fighting there. Mostly our students won't do those things. Am I correct? You are fighting. My HOD accept this paper. Why this ethics committee is not doing? Just to look into ethics problem, and why you are dealing with this kind of scientific problems? What you are thinking? Whether ethics committee deal with scientific matters or only ethical matters? Madam? Yes. Very good, madam. There's one separate scientific committee is there, which approved your study. But in ethical committee, they're saying that your study is not at all valid scientifically, so we are not going to give a permission. What is this scenario? Whether ethics committee have power to reject on scientific background? Yes, why so? Yes, madam, correct. It can revive both. Yes, in the doubt, they can call it. Very good, very good. But generally, it's just you think, any study, if it is not scientifically valid, whether it is ethical. நீங்கள் ஒரு ஸ்டடி பண்ண போறீங்க, வெதர் சாம்பார் சாதம் இன்க்ரீசஸ் யுவர் கோலன் கேன்சர் ரிஸ்க் அப்படின்னு பண்ண போறீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னீங்கன்னா, வெதர் இட்ஸ் எனி சயின்டிஃபிக் பேக்ரவுண்ட் பிகைன் தட்? Whenever there is scientifically no background is there, why you are feeding sambar sadam those who are not liking it? You got the fact. Whenever the study is not scientific, it is not ethical also. So first and foremost thing is scientific. As madam correctly pointed out that there is one more committee is there, scientific committee, but it is an optional committee. If it is not there, ethics committee can look into both the matters. So it's all about chapter 3, discussing about the ethics committee roles. And then we have to come to chapter 4. The chapter 4, this is a separate ethics committee. That ethics committee for biomedical research. இப்போ உங்களுக்கு ஒரு கன்ஃபியூஷனாக இருக்கு இல்லையா? உங்கள் காலேஜில் விச் இஸ் தட் எத்திக்ஸ் கமிட்டி? இஸ் இட் எத்திக்ஸ் கமிட்டி ஃபார் கிளினிக்கல் ட்ரையல்ஸ் ஆர் எத்திக்ஸ் கமிட்டி ஃபார் biomedical research or for both? What is the difference between clinical trial and biomedical research? There is so many confusions. I always want to avoid this topic. So if you do any research with the new drug definition, it come under clinical trial. If it is a commercial purpose is there, it is a regulated clinical trial. If there is no commercial intent, it's purely for study purpose, then it is an academic clinical trial. For both that should get permission from ethical committee for clinical trials. There is a second different committee, ethical committee for biomedical research. Here, studies done with old drugs or observational studies, you should get permission from ethical committees for biomedical research. இப்போ நீங்க பிரசன்ட் பண்ணக்கூடிய எத்திக்ஸ் கமிட்டி கிளினிக்கல் ட்ரையலுக்குள்ளதா பயோமெடிக்கல் ரிசர்ச்சுக்குள்ளதா எப்படி நீங்கள் கன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணுவீங்க? How you make sure that? So that is our faculty members discussion. Madam, உங்க ethics committee, is it a ethics committee for clinical trials or ethics committee for biomedical research? Sir? Yes, very good. So ethical committee, but the same ethics committee may be there, but it should be registered in two sites. If it is registered with the CDSCO, then it is considered to be ethics committee for clinical trials. If it is registered with ICMR, then it is an ethics committee for biomedical research. இதில் ethics committee members-க்கு என்ன important role அப்படின்னா, whenever they give the approval trial, they should mention correctly. What the rule says, whenever these protocols reach in your table, secretary table of ethics committee, he should triage and separate the topics of academic clinical trials. Mostly here we are doing academic clinical trials, not regulated clinical trials. Academic clinical trials from this so-called observational studies. Whenever you are issuing a certificate from ethics committee approval certificate, for clinical trial certificate, you should mention that IEC number registered with CDSCO. For biomedical health research, you should mention the registration number of DHR or get from ICMR. But the problem is there are so many power changes, so many people comes and going. This changeovers are not smooth. So sometimes sometimes it happens like that, the certificates are expired. And the certificates are expired, they're not in a position legally to give permissions. So there should be an understanding between that former secretary as well as upcoming secretary. Whenever there is a change over there, they should understand when there is the license date, when it's going to expire, everything is there. உங்கள் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டாக என்ன அப்படின்னா, whenever you get if you are going to do some ICMR study for student, if you receive the certificate from ethics committee, you have to cross check with the website. ICMR website is NITIC. CDSCO website is Sugam. If you go there and put the IEC number, it will give whether it is registered or not. You can check easily whether the license are expired or not. One faculties என்ன தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும்னா, if it is expired, then if you are giving ethics committee permission, then you are doing some illegal activities. Without registering, without getting proper registration, you can't conduct any ethical committee meetings or ethics committee meetings. So you should understand there is 2 ethics committees are there. Both should be properly registered. Besides that, for PG students, there is one more thing is called as Clinical Trial Registry of India. There is a separate website run from ICMR. All the studies should be registered there. It is legal for companies to register, and it is preferable for the students to register. You understand the difference. If your students, you are doing study, there is one more website called as CTRI. Go there and simply register your event or register your study. But the catch-up point with that CTRI website is, I'm talking too much or able to follow through. நீங்கள் இப்போ எத்திக்ஸ் கமிட்டியில் போயிட்டீங்க, அப்ரூவல் வாங்கிட்டீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னால் அதோட உங்கள் வேலை முடியாது. There is one more website called as Clinical Trial Registry of India. You should register there, which is much more preferable. அதில் இருக்கக்கூடிய கேட்ச் என்னன்னா, you should register prospectively even before recruiting the first subject. If you even recruited one subject, you cannot do CTRI registration. So this chapter 4, first chapter 1 gives about the definitions, chapter 2 about power, chapter 3 is about ethics committee of CDSCO, and then chapter 4 is about ethics committee for biomedical health research. And now we are going to see about chapter 5, which completely give about guidelines about clinical trials. You can clearly see that. So you can clearly see that in the schedule Y, the problem is, see, the getting certificate from government, it may take so much of time, but NDCT guidelines clearly give specific timelines for each topic. So they get faster approval so that everything will be done very fast. There won't be any undue delay. If you want to do any clinical trial related activities, academic clinical trial, you should go and refer chapter 5. There is one more study called as BABE study that come under chapter 5, part B. Anybody? What is bioavailability study? So in a bioavailability study, for example, if there is a older drug, one company want to market the drug, they have to prove that it is equivalent to that already available drugs. Okay, that study is called as bioavailability, bioequivalent study. But even though here only old drugs are used, but the peoples involved in the study or the subjects are healthy volunteers. So these studies also on par with clinical trials. The rules and regulations are very, very stringent. Got the point? For BA/BE studies, it's similar to clinical trials. So we are discussing another case. A PG student, research participant developed a life-threatening anaphylactic reactions. A PG student's research participant. A PG is doing a study in which the person developing a severe life-threatening reaction. I think sir already covered this topic. Do I report to DCGI immediately? இப்போ நீங்கள் ஸ்டடி பண்ணுறீங்க பண்ணும்போது பர்சனுக்கு இமிடியேட் அலர்ஜிக் ரியாக்ஷன் பேஷண்ட் கொலாப்ஸ்ட் அண்ட் டைடு எங்கே ரிப்போர்ட் பண்ணுவீங்க? சார் டாபிக் எடுத்தார் இல்லையா, ஒரு பிஜி ஸ்டூடெண்ட் இருக்கார்ப்பா, அவர் ஸ்டடி பண்ணுறாரு, சரி சிவியர் அட்வர்ஸ் ரியாக்ஷன்ஸ் தேர், வேர் டு ரிப்போர்ட், whether it is to CDSCO or to anywhere else. What? Sponsor, Central Licensing Authority. So as I already mentioned, they want to make these rules very simplified for academic purpose. Okay, you can't pay 8 lakhs, 60 or 64 lakhs compensation. Are you able to pay? It's very tough. The drug companies can pay. It's very tough for us to calculate the compensation. What I want to say is, for any academic clinical trial or any biomedical health research problems, any SAE occurs, the first thing you have to notify is your institutional ethics committee only. They will decide and settle the matters. You don't panic for academic trials. For the academic trials, the rules are very simple. For only the regulated clinical trials, you have to report to CDSCO. So chapter 6 dealt about compensation. It's already fully dealt by Dr. Mageshwaran sir. Then this 7th, so we deal about the 7th one, BABE study center approval. That 7th, if you want to do any BABE studies, you have to get study center approval. BABE study nanaba? What is BABE study? So I want to ask faculty members, when a PG student want to do a BABE study in your hospital, you apply for the ethics committee. Whether this ethics committee can approve the study or not. A PG student in your college wants to do BABE study in your hospital. Whether ethics committee members can allow it to do it or not. Any idea? மகேஸ்வரன் சார், ஒருத்தங்க ஒரு பிஜி வந்து ஒரு பேப்பர் போடுறாங்க BABE ஸ்டடி பண்ணுறதுக்கு, அதை வந்து எத்திக்ஸ் கமிட்டி அப்ரூவல் அலோவ் பண்ணலாமா இல்லையா? காலேஜில் போடும்போது ஸ்டடி பண்ணுறாங்க, அவங்க வந்து ஃபீல் பண்ணுறாங்க திஸ் ட்ரக் அவைலபிள் இன் மை சப்ளை இஸ் நாட் அடிக்வேட்லி ரீச்சிங் த கான்சன்ட்ரேஷன் யூ வாண்ட் டு டூ இன் தி சப்செட் ஆஃப் பாப்புலேஷன். எஸ் ஓல்டு ட்ரக், already approved drug, we assume it as azithromycin. We are applying in institutional ethics committee for the permission. What the rules says, what is the NDCT rules says? It's very critical now. We can't comment without knowing the rules. Yes. Yes, that's for academic clinical trials, very good, sir. But the thing is, for BABE studies, this chapter 7 clearly mentioned that for to do a BABE study, that center should be registered as a BABE study center for to carry out that research. If it is not, if your college is not registered as under BABE center, you should not or you can't able to carry out that process. So ethics committee should reject that kind of approval. Two things you can do. One, you can get that certificate, or otherwise you should reject the study because it is not a BABE center. The rules clearly say that if you want to carry out the BABE studies, you should get that license for that matter, because the BABE studies are did with or they're doing with healthy participants. So they give much more importance in doing BABE studies. So chapter 7, chapter 8, 9, 10 all deal about how to import new drugs for clinical trial purposes. And chapter 11, there is some person in government medical college requires a drug which are available only in US, not approved in India. What is the procedure to get that? Is there any procedure or we can't use that? Whether we can use any unapproved drugs in India? No. Patient is serious, you don't want to help. Patient is affordable, he is able to pay in lakhs of rupees. So further, you know the rules. The rule is there in chapter 11. So unapproved drugs, you can import from foreign countries. You can use the drug under chapter 11 clearly mention about what are the rules you need to follow. And then chapter 12 and 13, they're dealing about miscellaneous topic like how to fix the appointment with CDSCO, how to fix an appointment with the Drug Control General of India. All the informations are there in chapter 13. So when we take the just assume NDCT as a book, it consists of 13 chapters. Every chapter which gives so many rules, totally 107 rules, deal with your research process. இப்போ உங்களுக்கு என்ன தெரியணும் அப்படின்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா, if you want to do some clinical trial, which chapter you are going to refer? நீங்கள் clinical trial பண்ணணும்னா எந்த chapter நீங்கள் ரெஃபர் பண்ணுவீங்க? So chapter 5. If you want to get a permission for ethics committee, you have to refer chapter 3 and 4. அப்படியே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, after ending of all the chapters, there comes schedules. The schedules and rules should be very crisp. It can't be modified in the future. So the laws can't be keep on modifying. So they put separate after all the rules are over, they add schedules. In the schedule, they will deeply explain each and every laws. And then they give so much of forms which are required for application purpose. So new drugs clinical trial act அப்படின்னு நீங்க எடுத்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அதுல என்ன இருக்குன்னா, whenever you are going to the clinical research, what are all the rules you need to follow? If you want to get any license for any matter regarding research or ethics committee, what are all the applications you need to submit to get the proper approval is there mentioned in the schedules. First, in the case of chapters, the rules are mentioned. At the end, there is so much of schedules which has very deep explanation of all the rules and it contains forms. மொத்தமா பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, there are 8 chapters, with recent additions, there is 9 chapters are there. 9 schedules are attached to this NDCT rule. When we take the first schedule, it describes about general principles. And when we take the second schedule, it deals about all the new drugs. When we take about third schedule, it deal with how to do ethics committee registration purpose. Fourth schedule deal about BABE center registration. Fifth schedule shows how periodically you should update your report. And then sixth schedule, which says how much fees you need to pay to the government. And the seventh schedule says about compensation for the purpose. And the ninth schedule, which deal about how to register clinical research organization. So இன்னைக்கு சார் வந்து elaborate how to give a compensation அப்படின்னு டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணியிருந்தார். Am I correct? So but in PG you will be forget everything. Am I correct? Then if you want to know about compensation, where you are going to refer? Which book is needed to calculate the compensation? So NDCT 2019 rules are mandatory. So first you need to read the rules. எந்த ரூல் எந்த சாப்டர் கீழே வருது? Compensation. Yes, chapter 6. Detailed explanation வருதுன்னா வேணும்னா எந்த ஷெட்யூல்ல போய் பார்க்கணும் நீங்க? Yes, chapter 7. Schedule 7. So if we want to refer anything, think it like pharmacology book, like this NDCT book. If you have any doubt about compensation, you forget about Mageshwaran sir class, when you want that information, you want to ask AI, then you can ask like that. Hey, what about NDCT rules saying this about compensation? Then you should understand that it will go and refer in chapter 6 and schedule 7. இது மாதிரி நீங்க என்ன தேடினீங்கனாலும் இந்த ரேஞ்சுக்குள்ள இருக்கும். ஓகேவா? And then there is so much of forms are there, required forms, which are also present with schedule 7. So these are all the forms. For example, if you want to do an ethics committee registration in CDSCO or biomedical health research or Department of Health Research, you need to apply with CT1 form. So kindly change the next slide. So these are all the forms. For example, if you want ethics committee registration, you have to fill the CT01 form, and the registration will be granted by CT02 forms. Similarly, there are so many forms are there. Almost 27 different forms are there. You just, for example, if you want to register your ethics committee, take CT1 form, just try after reading the rules, just try to fill the form. In that form itself, they will mention which schedule you need to refer. Just go to that schedule and keep all the documents mentioned that in that schedule for that matter and attach and apply. That's it about new drugs and clinical trial rules. So finally, you see that history, first drug and cosmetic rules 1945, followed up with Schedule Y in 1988. The recent thing is new drug clinical trial rules of 2026. First, எப்படி start ஆச்சுன்னா, the DNC, which assume that it's a chemical product, drugs are chemical product. When chemical is good, the whole thing is good. It's assumed like that and it started. And it proceed to Schedule Y. In the Schedule Y, they give importance to patients also. But it somewhat restrict the pharma company growth. And later, because of removal of the phase lag, there are so many problems come regarding compensation, informed consent, and understanding of the patients. So they come with comprehensive NDCT rules. The NDCT rules will underscore these NDCT rules, which focus on all the aspects. It look on both in patient aspects as well as it's look on that company aspects also. It make clinical trials easier for companies, and it makes clinical trial very safer for patients, so that the growth of India can't be stopped. You know, India is already a great pharma giants. So much of drugs, generic drugs received by US are supplied by, almost 90% are supplied by Indian companies. So these rules which helps further in the growth of our country. Thank you for your participations and kind cooperation. Thank you.
That was a great ride through the each chapters of New Drugs and Clinical Trial Rules 2019. It enhanced our understanding on this topic. Thank you, sir.
Moving on to the next session, I now invite Dr. C. Aravinda sir, Senior Assistant Professor, Department of Community Medicine, Government Medical College, Tanjavur, to share a few points on the protocol writing key aspects. Sir has completed his MBBS degree in Melmaruthur Adi Parashakti Institute of Medical Science and MD Community Medicine in AIMS Bhubaneswar and DNB of Community Medicine. Sir has more than 4 years of teaching experience, serving as a basic medical scientist in IEC of various medical colleges, member of National Academy of Medical Science, New Delhi. Sir has published more than 6 research articles in both national and international journals. He was awarded with the Kalur Ram Memorial Award for the best full paper by a young scientist under 40 in community research in Indian Association of Preventive and Social Medicine National Conference in 2022. He frequently pens articles in various notable newspapers like Hindu. Sir, the stage is yours.
So, thank you for the warm introduction. So, I actually came for talking a lot of points for protocol writing, not few points. And I am not an ethical committee member of various medical colleges, but only Arilur Medical College. So, thank you for the kind introduction anyway. So, I'm very happy and glad that I am back to Arilur once again. So, this is where I started my teaching journey. So, I was one of the faculty members in our Department of Community Medicine when the medical college started. So, we used to run the community medicine department from the tutor room in the biochemistry department in 2022. And at that time, the sixth floor was not complete. So during my time, we used to have a lot of paperwork, and now we have the government primary healthcare center Thirumanur as well as the urban healthcare center Kadugur under our community medicine department. So all the paperworks were done during that time. And this particular room is very special because for two reasons. So this is the room in which I took my first undergraduate teaching class as a newly appointed assistant professor. for 2021 batch. And this is the, as you might know, I got my MBBS seat in third counseling and my MD seat in open counseling. So on both the occasions, I lost the opportunity to take Hippocratic oath. And apart from your UG college or PG college, nobody gives you the Hippocratic oath and everything is taken for granted. And when 2022 batch came, their inauguration happened here. At the time, auditorium was not there. So I took my Hippocratic oath at the age of 33 only in this room. So this was much more special. So I understand this is going to be the last session and you people will be, has been bombarded with a lot of information in the beginning, sorry, since morning. So we'll start with some little stories and we'll finish it up as quickly as possible and we'll leave you. I learned a lot from your 21 batch and 22 batch seniors regarding how to take a, how not to take a class because by the time I left, I asked for a very frank feedback and they all gave such a wonderful feedback that I started questioning myself whether I was a good teacher or just a newspaper reader. So we'll start with PPT. Okay. Okay, so my topic is how to write a good protocol. So before moving on, I just want to ask you, how many of you have an idea or interest in doing research at the MBBS level? Okay. I know that nobody or maybe one or two few outliers in the batch might answer. But do you know who is the youngest Nobel Prize winner? Who is the youngest Nobel Prize winner? Anyone? Who is the youngest Nobel Prize winner? Yeah, from the chocolate in your. So whoever has the mic can come and just roam around. Who is interested? Sorry, I used to buy some chocolates. I forgot to buy, so I take permission from madam for whatever the chocolates they want. So who is the youngest Nobel Prize winner? Anyone? Okay. Who is the youngest Nobel Prize winner in science? Malala is the right answer. So for science, in science, so physics, chemistry, medicine, physiology. So these are all the three disciplines in which people can get awarded for Nobel Prize. Any idea? Okay, I will take the chocolate myself and answer. So why I wanted to invoke is, his name is Charles Best. And he is a third-year medical student at the time of getting the Nobel Prize. So any idea for what he was given the Nobel Prize, given the fact that I gave you the name? Charles Best, along with his professor. தப்பா கூட சொல்லுங்கப்பா, சொல்லாம இருக்காதீங்க. Okay, so he got for discovery of insulin. Okay, so அதுக்கு முன்னாடி வரைக்கும் people do not know, but there are people who by the time they turn into adolescents, suddenly they became lean and after a couple of days they pass away. But a scientist by name Langerhans, நீங்க physiologyல படிப்பீங்கல்ல, isolate of Langerhans. And so a scientist by name Langerhans identified that they passed before these adolescent boys and girls who have a sudden death, before they pass out, they actually excrete sweet urine. And then he went on to do some experiments and found out that the culprit is in pancreas. But nobody know what actually pancreas is and how it is making these people killing. Okay. And then after a couple of decades, two more scientists by name Joseph and Oscar worked on this particular theme and found, and they did that by removing the pancreas of the dogs. And then they just saw after the pancreas were removed from the dogs, all these dogs died in the same pathetic way these adolescent boys were dying. Still nobody was able to figure out why people were dying. And after a couple of decades, an orthopedic surgeon by name Frederick Banting approached a physiology professor by name John McLeod. All these were happening in the University of Toronto. Okay, so he wanted to do some research projects, and then he asked for and then John McLeod was quite convinced that Frederick Banting will be able to do some research, and then he allocated a space. So during that time, Frederick Banting asked for a research assistant. And John McLeod told that we are not going to afford you research assistant. We are not having that much budget. So Banting asked, if not for a research assistant, at least give me a student, because the summer vacations are coming in another 10 days, so that I will use this particular student for my research. Okay. So during that time, there were 2 students who went for voluntarily to do researchship under Frederick Banting. So 2 பேர் வைக்கிற அளவுக்கு எனக்கு அவ்வளோ வேலை கிடையாது, அதனால we will choose one. And then they did a toss, and on the tossல Charles Best won the toss, and then he worked. And during that time, they developed, I'm not going into the interior story details, how they isolated the beta cells. So during that time, they isolated beta cells. So after that isolation of beta cells, they identified the beta cells secrete something called insulin, which is called a hormone. And though they identified that, they could not mass produce it for the number of people who might require insulin. So by this time, there was a pharmacologist by name James Collip, who actually extracted insulin from dog's pancreas, and they went on to, sorry, it's not dog's pancreas, pig's pancreas, and they went on to develop one of the greatest invention of mankind, that is insulin. Okay, because of that, development was so huge that that was discovered in 1922, and they got a Nobel Prize in under a year, that is in 1923. Okay, so for those people who might think that research is not for MBBS students, I agree. Even NMC also says so. Research is nice to do thing for an MBBS student. Your must to learn is your regular pharmacology and other subjects. But fortunately or unfortunately, what is expected in case of a PG student is they are supposed to do research, whether they like it or not. So research happens to be one particular area in which you are not expected to have any expertise or any knowledge at the undergraduate level. And suddenly, by the time you venture into your postgraduate course, you are supposed to be a master in doing research. And there is no way the student is getting trained. So I wholeheartedly congratulate Meenakshi ma'am and the whole Department of Pharmacology for identifying this lacunae and introducing the good clinical practices and this research topic. So now my topic is how to write a good protocol. So first thing is, what is a protocol? So protocol அப்படினா என்னன்னா, to put it in very simple words, பாஸ் என்கிற பாஸ்கரன் படம் பார்த்துருக்கீங்களா? ஓகே, ஸோ அதில் வந்து அந்த சந்தானத்தோட ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வர சீனில் ஆர்யா வில் பி ஹேவிங் அ புக். ஸோ வென் ஆஸ்க்டு வாட் இஸ் தட் புக், ஹீ டெல் திஸ், இந்த புக்கில் தான் நான் எங்கெங்கெல்லாம் பிட்டு வச்சிருக்கேன் அப்படிங்கிறத எழுதியிருக்கேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஸோ ரிசர்ச் ப்ரோட்டோகால் யூ கேன் சே சம்வாட் லைக் தட். எங்கெங்க நம்ம என்னென்னலாம் இந்த ரிசர்ச்சில் பண்ண போகிறோம், எப்படி பண்ண போகிறோம் அப்படிங்கிறத ஒரு மெத்தடாலஜிக்கலாக எழுதுறதுக்கு பேர் தான் ரிசர்ச் ப்ரோட்டோகால். Sometimes you might get a different wording. So research protocol na sila per solluvaanga, research proposal appdin sila per solluvaanga. So is there any difference between research proposal and protocol appdin getting appadina? There is no big difference. You can use it synonymously. Usually research protocol appdingiradhu, it is a term that is used by Institute Ethical Committee. And research proposal appdingiradhu, if suppose you are planning to do a funded research, or if suppose you are having a research idea in which you intend to get funding from people, so in those terms we use the term research proposal. So adu thandi vera periya difference illa. So how many of you have seen any research protocol or have read any original research article? Okay, so it's very rare for an undergraduate level to see a research protocol or a original article. But eventually by the time you finish your post graduation, why it is important அப்படின்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா, by the time you finish your post graduation, let's suppose that you are going to finish your MBBS by 2031 and or 30, okay. So after that a year or two you are going to take a PG hopefully, and you are going to finish that PG. Let's say a person by name A takes a post graduation in dermatology, and the person by name B takes a post graduation in ENT. So whatever they are going to learn during those 3 years, by the end of their 3 years, they will be like 30 years or something, okay. So but they are going to practice this dermatology and ENT for the next 3 to 4 decades of their life. So whatever they have learned during their post graduation is not going to be the same until the end of their life. It is going to constantly change. So where are you going to get those updates? So you are going to get those updates by reading these kind of original papers. So that is why it is quite important for everyone to pursue research and to also have the ability to read original research article. So இப்போ the original research article வந்து MBBS level funded research வந்து only ICMR is providing. I think one of your seniors from 22 batch got ICMR funding. So it up to 60,000 is provided by Indian Council of Medical Research for encouraging medical research. So remaining research and other fundings you will be entitled to get only after you complete a master's degree. So you will be entitled for a grant of up to 1 lakh by ICMR when you are doing MD-MS degree, okay. So அந்த மாதிரி funding வாங்குற அளவுக்கு உங்க research protocol இருக்கணும் அப்படின்னா it has to have some ingredients. So அந்த ingredients தான் என்ன அப்படிங்கிறது தான் we are going to see it now, okay. So what is a protocol? So it is a well organized, completely written document to provide a framework of instructions, procedures, methods to be implemented in a systematic manner for the conduct of study. So a research protocol is a detailed set of activities for the project you propose, and these activities are supported by evidence from other research. So think of it like this, okay. So you are going to prepare for your NEET PG examination after your MBBS. So what are you going to do? So you will have your own set of plans, yeah. So you will say that, okay, I will allocate, I'm going to study in this particular coaching institute, or I'm going to subscribe this app-based services. And then after subscribing to this services, I'm going to finish off this many number of subjects in this many number of months or weeks. And then I am going to do this many number of mock tests. And then I intend to pursue my post-graduation in this particular seat. This is my ambition. So you will just have a writing in your own diary. If you have the habit of journal making, or you will write it on your own. I believe that most of you would have done this at your undergraduate level. So the same thing, when you replicate for research, it is called as research protocol. So adula எப்படி இருக்கும்? அதுக்கு முன்னாடி எதுக்காக இதை பண்ணணும்? Okay, to whom it is important? First thing is, it is important for the researcher himself, okay. So what I am going to do next, it is important for the funder, okay. If you are aspiring to get funding, you are supposed to have a good protocol. Then for the institute ethical committee, and then for the participants, then journal editors, policy makers, readers. So why it is important? So just like a traveler's map for a researcher, it guides the research to follow correct procedures, check on timelines and budget for submission to get appropriate approval, and comes handy when writing the thesis or research paper. Once published, allow other researchers to replicate the research findings. So just like if you want to get a MBBS seat during NEET UG, or if you want to get an MD seat in NEET PG, you will have your own set of targets or strategies or master plan. Similarly, what you are going to have for doing your research. So that is what we have in research protocol. So how the protocol looks like? So இதுல நீங்க எப்படி வேணாலும் உங்க இஷ்டத்துக்கு protocol எழுதலாம், அதாவது உங்களோட ambition எழுதுறதுக்கு. But when it comes to research, you should have a set of protocol. You should have the protocol written in a set template. So அது எப்படின்னா, a research protocol will consist of two things. One is non-scientific part, the other one is scientific part. So what are the things in the scientific part? The scientific part will have a introduction, followed by objectives, followed by literature review and methodology. So இது எப்படி இருக்கும் அப்படின்னா, see இப்போ ஏன் இதெல்லாம் mandate பண்ணியிருக்கோம் அப்படின்னா, previously research used to happen in most horrible ways. Okay, there was no ethics, there was no regulation in place. Okay, so you will be surprised to know, or okay, in pharmacology, you must have read that for the treatment of bipolar disorder, we use sometimes lithium tablets. Illaya? So lithium அப்படிங்கிறது, in addition to be used as a drug, we use in something called batteries. Okay, so can you imagine how can we use some element that is used in batteries to be used in mental health patients? So the interesting story behind this is, when lithium was first isolated as a compound, so they found that the lithium is able to dissolve acids. So when people were suffering from gout, they tend to believe that, not tend to believe, they identified that uric acid crystals are formed for gout patients. So they hypothesized that by giving lithium, uric acid will dissolve because this was in place. But during that time, nobody bothered what will happen to that patient, what will happen to them. Nobody least bothered, because at that time, nothing was there in place in terms of ethics or regulations. அப்போ என்னாச்சு அப்படின்னா, அந்த கவுட்டுக்கு அதை ட்ரீட்மெண்ட் கொடுக்கும்போது பயங்கர ஃப்ளாப். ஓகே, பட் ஆஃப்டர் அ கப்புள் ஆஃப் இயர்ஸ் லேட்டர், an Australian physician by name John Cade, he actually hypothesized, I'm still searching answers why and how come he hypothesized in the first place, but he on his observations found out that whenever there is a maniac patient, if he is given lithium, he was able to remain calm. And he experimented this by taking urine of those maniac patients, inject that urine into guinea pigs, and then feed those guinea pigs with lithium. And after giving lithium, these guinea pigs were calm. And so they tried to emulate that in human beings. Unfortunately, all this happened before the Second World War. Okay, because of which nobody was able to ask questions to John Cade, and he was able to pass away easily. But after the Second World War, you must have heard about the horrorful Nazi experiments. மனிதர்களை எப்படியெல்லாம் கொடுமைப்படுத்தினாங்க அப்படின்ட்டு. After that, many regulations came into place. So one such regulation ஓட latest version தான் இந்த New Drugs Clinical Trial Rules 2019. இந்த New Drugs Clinical Trials 2019 rulesல Schedule 3 clause 19 it has been mandated that for any research to be pursued, writing protocol is a obligatory. You have to write a protocol. So on the protocol எப்படி எழுதணும் அப்படிங்கறத we will be discussing. Okay, so introduction. So எந்த ஒரு research எழுதும்போதும் you have to start protocol அப்படினா, you are going to inform not just yourself, the ethical committee, as well as the funding agency, as well as your participants, what you are going to do. You might be interested in injecting lithium to a maniac patient. Okay, but you have to write it. How you are going to write it? So first you have to start with an introduction. So introduction you have to narrate 3 things. What is the thing that you are going to discuss? What is the unknown thing about it? What is known about it? And what is the gap persisting? And what gap you are going to address? So in the lithium example, if suppose I am going to write a protocol for lithium, I will write there are a lot of maniac patients in the community. I do not know what is the treatment, but I believe by injecting lithium to the guinea pigs which have been feeded with the urine of maniac patients, they were able to remain calm. So I am proposing to inject lithium to maniac patients. So this is your research idea. In the research idea, how you are going to write it as a protocol. So adha we are going to see. First it should start with introduction, objectives, literature review, methodology, then requirement and limitation, timeline, budget and ethical consideration. So I will come one by one. First எடுத்தோனே you should have a title. புதுசா ஒரு படம் அனௌன்ஸ் படம் பண்றாங்கன்னா அந்த படத்தை மார்க்கெட்டிங் பண்றதுக்கு they will give a title. So first and foremost thing, it should be there should be a title for your protocol. The title remains the heart of the protocol. Why title is important na, everybody will read the title. And then should be accurate, concise and adequate length. Usually ஒரு டைட்டில்ல இந்த ஸ்டடி எதை பத்தினது, who are the targets, where it is to be done, how it will be done, and if it is time sensitive. you have to mention the year when it will be done. Okay. So I am giving you a list of topics. Okay. Just tell which topic is more appealing for you. First topic, hepatitis in pregnant women. Second topic, LABA and ICS in BA. The third topic, the nucleotide sequence of 3.2 kb segment of mitochondrial maxi circle DNA from blah, 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 blah. Okay. The last one, directly observed iron supplementation during pregnancy in rural population of Haryana, a cluster random trial. Among these 4 topics, which topic is more appealing and why the other 3 topics you find it very less appealing? Yes, the last topic is a very apt one. So why would we reject the first topic? We do not know whether it is hepatitis A, B, C, D, or E. Then we do not know to whom. It's mentioned to pregnant women it is done. In what way they are going to do, whether they are going to do through observational study or whether they are going to do through experimental study, nothing is given. And then in which area they are going to do, whether they are going to do in India or whether they are going to do in UK, USA, nothing is there. Second one, LABA and ICS in BA. This is the most pathetic title amongst all. Okay, because it has full of abbreviations and even a even a professor in medicine would find it difficult to grasp it in the first reading. The third one, okay, this doesn't look like a title. It looks more like an abstract or introduction paragraph. So when you are writing a protocol, you have to write it in such a way that it addresses the following. So I'm reading it again. Directly observed iron supplementation during pregnancy in rural population of Haryana, RCT. So what is this study about? This study is about iron supplementation. So who are the targets? Pregnant women are the targets. Where it is done? It is done in rural population of Haryana. How it will be done? It will be done in randomized RCT, randomized control trial. And sometimes when is important? When important? If suppose the topic that you have taken is time sensitive. Suppose I wanted to write a protocol saying prevalence of obesity in Ariyalur. Okay. So prevalence of obesity in Ariyalur in 1990 might be very different than prevalence of obesity in Ariyalur in 2026. So this is time sensitive. So anything that is changing rapidly changes during a time, we have to mention the time frame. So what is there in the name? So again, whoever is very active or a content creator or an aspiring influencer in social media might be knowing that something called search engine optimization. Okay. So to get the attention of algorithms so that your content you are making in social media to become viral, you have to use some selected words and selected topics. So the same principle is being applied in the research protocol also. In fact, those algorithms made by Facebook or Instagram has taken this idea from the research only, the PubMed databases only. Okay. Now coming to introduction. So how do you write the introduction of your research protocol? First thing, you have to tell what is already known in the topic. So if suppose you are going to experiment by giving lithium to maniac patients, you have to tell who are maniac patients, what are their supposed symptoms and signs, and what are the treatments that have been already tried and failed. Okay, so those things has to be written in introduction. Then what is not known? So nobody would have experimented this maniac patients with lithium at that time, or if suppose instead of lithium you wanted to try beryllium or you wanted to try sodium. Okay, so you have to check whether any researcher in the past have tried it, and if it is the case you have to mention. If it is not the case, you have to again mention it. Then what do you want to add? So what gap you are going to address? So previously there was no treatment for maniac patient. I am now aspiring to give some kind of a treatment for maniac patient. So this has to be there in the introduction. So it should start with summary of present knowledge, and then it should start from broad ideas and funnel down, and should not be very descriptive, and it should avoid well-known facts. Okay, and then you should not write essays or words are important. Usually people tend to ask what should be the length of a research protocol at the time. Usually PGs will ask, okay. So your research protocol should not exceed a maximum of 2000 to 2500 words and at most 5 to 10 references. So beyond that, it turns into a full dissertation. But as far as the research proposal or protocol is concerned, maximum 2500 words. And in that, 20% of this is sufficient for your introduction. Okay, so you should not write essays in introduction part. And then what is probably known, what the previous studies have missed, or is there any study that has been done and it has given clues for you to proceed to a different direction? So these things you have to mention. And then what questions still needs to be answered and what you wanted to add in this particular research. So these things you have to mention in the introduction part. Then you have to have you have to learn few things. What is a research question? What is a hypothesis? And what are objectives? So first thing, what is a hypothesis? Okay, so a hypothesis is any idea with limited or no evidence. For example, if I am going to develop this lithium as a drug for maniac patient, before that, I don't have any, what I have seen is, I had injected the urine of maniac patient to a guinea pig and tried to give lithium. During that time, these pigs were able to remain calm. That is not an evidence. Okay, so that is an idea with limited evidence. So I have to convert this limited evidence into a full evidence. For this only I am pursuing research. So hypothesis is any idea with limited or no evidence. And then what is your research question? So research question is what you are trying to answer. Your research question should be like, that can be anything. See, I might not know what is the prevalence of chronic kidney disease amongst middle-aged men in Ariyalur district. So that is a research question to estimate the prevalence of chronic kidney disease in Ariyalur. Okay, so whatever that you want to seek an answer, that forms your research question. And what is the objective? So how I'm going to obtain answer for my research question. So that is objective. So for example, you might be preparing for your NEET UG exam. Assume that you are in 12th standard and you wanted to prepare in NEET UG exam. Okay, your aim is to become a doctor, but objective is how you aspire to become a doctor. So you aspire to become a doctor by enrolling yourself in a school or a coaching institute and then doing these things and then completing this many syllabus. That is what we call it as objective. So your objective should be very specific and your objective should be measurable. You have to keep on doing your grant test or mock test, okay, so that you can measure your own performance. Then your objective should be achievable. Okay, so when you are in preparing for NEET UG exam, you should not aspire to become a cardiologist. That is not at all achievable. You should aspire to become an MBBS doctor. Okay, similarly, even in research also, research is a very time consuming, boring, mundane work. Okay, so during that time you will also have lot of constraints and limitations. You have to think upon all these things into your mind and then you have to frame your objective. Okay, so you cannot sit in Ariyalur Medical College and tell that I am going to do research in artificial intelligence and I am going to open a new company so that it can fight with the ChatGPT and I am going to build a company. So this is not a place to achieve that. And whatever that you want to achieve here, you have, whatever you wanted to achieve, you have to look the pragmatism, whether it is achievable or not. So your objective should be achievable and it should be relevant. Okay, so let's say that you have a research question saying whether the African monkeys believes in astrology or not. That is not at all relevant, though it might be a very valid research question. Okay, so it has to be relevant. Your research question has to be relevant. Then it should be time bound. So most of the research, or whether it is funded or non-funded, you have to complete that research in time, especially for funded. As far as non-funded one, you will be doing non-funded research only as a part of your academic necessity. And for academic necessity, if you are pursuing a research, make sure that you finish that particular research within your time frame. So you have to frame that objective in such a way that it should be very specific, it is measurable, it is achievable, it is relevant and time bound. Similarly, finer criteria. So your research question, F stands for feasible. Okay, it has to be possible for you to do that research. and I stands for interesting. Your research question should be interesting to the public or to the humanity in general. And your research question should be novel. இது வரைக்கும் யாருமே திங்க் பண்ணாத ஒரு விஷயத்தை திங்க் பண்ணி ரிசர்ச் பண்றதுல தான் இட் மேக்ஸ் சென்ஸ். அது இல்லாம ஏற்கனவே அரைச்சமாவே புளிஞ்சு எடுத்துட்டு இந்த தமிழ் பட டைரக்டர்ஸ் சில பேர் வந்து ஏற்கனவே 4-5 படத்தை காப்பி அடிச்சு புதுசா ஒரு படம் எடுப்பாங்கல்ல, அது மாதிரி there is no point in doing a research. Okay, then it should be ethical, which has been discussed since morning. Ethical stands for autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence and justice, and it should be relevant. Okay, again research can be categorized into primary research and secondary research. So review of literature, and another why this is important. See, if suppose you are having an idea, always make sure that you are not the first person in the world to have this idea. So how do you ensure that you are not the first person to have this idea in the world? Let's say that I have an idea to measure the prevalence of obesity in Ariyalur district. So it is not that in all along humanity, I am the first person to have this idea. There might be multiple people who might have already done this. So how to check that? So for checking that, you have to review literature. So review literature na here literature, the word literature stands for already documented studies that are available in public domain, which can be accessed through a search engine like a Google Scholar or PubMed. Okay, so you have to review literature. So in the literature edukku review pandrom appadina, whatever that has been discovered by us, whatever the idea that I have conceived, whether it has been conceived by someone else. If they have conceived, what answers they have got. Somebody might have got an answer. If they have got an answer, I have nothing to add. If somebody have tried, though they might not have got an answer, but they know that this is not the answer, still it adds value to my own very research. There used to be an anecdote, no, wherein Thomas Alva Edison, after firing in his own research lab, when one of the journalists asked him, were you not depressed because of it? He told that I have found out that what are all the ways in which it will not work. So your review of literature will also help in reducing your own burden. Then you have to put things already known in the context of your research. An inverted triangle approach, where you will start with the broad context, specific issues, unanswered question, maybe divided into heading and subheading. Okay, so these search strategies you can learn a bit later. So now let's take up this example. See, I wanted to find out, usually pathina, when you come into community medicine postings as well as during your internship, you will find out most of our antenatal mothers are anemic. In fact, in a country like India, and a mother is anemic unless otherwise proved. Okay, so when you tend to give iron supplementation, you will not find that iron supplementation is like chocolates. It is not going to be very tasty. It is going to be very bitter. And sometimes this will iron supplementation might cause mild gastritis. Sometimes they might cause black color sores. So it is not possible that women might enjoy taking iron supplementation. So I hypothesize that instead of giving iron tablets, why not we have a supervisor, just like we have that for our TB program, wherein the iron supplementation is the iron is given to the pregnant mother in front of a health worker. Will this increase the adherence of the iron therapy in case of pregnant women? So this is the research I wanted to pursue. So for pursuing this research, first thing I wanted to know is whether this has been done anywhere in the world. If it is done anywhere in the world, they will give us some insights, some limitations, some helpful advices, how this could be done. Okay, wherein we can incorporate those findings in our particular research topic. So that is why we have to do a review of literature. Idu பண்ணும்போது எப்படி பண்ணனும்னா, first you have to structure the review of literature. So there is no right or wrong way. Just like music, research also can be bent and flexed to your whims and fancies, as long as it makes sense. So as long as it is soothing to your ears, when it is a good music, or else we will consider it as noise. Adhe mari, as long as logic and rational are intact, you can be very flexible in writing research protocol. So similarly, in case of review of literature, you can divide it based on your own idea sets. Okay, so here I have given a very primitive idea set. So this is how you do the review of literature. So far, for a review of literature, for the protocol, you have to write introduction, objectives, literature review. So these three things we have finished. And the last thing, but the most important thing is your methodology. So methodology is something that you are going to say how I am going to do this research. So how I am going to do the randomized control trial in pregnant women in Haryana by giving DOTS therapy for iron supplementation, that I have to commit. So for that, before writing, you have to just close your eyes and visualize, just like a aspiring movie director is going to tell or narrate his story to a movie producer. Similarly, you have to narrate this methodology part to the ethical committee, or for that matter to the funding agency, regarding how you are planning to do your research. Okay, so first, you know what you are doing, give an overview of your requirement so that others can critically evaluate. Okay, so first thing, how the study will be done. So whether it is going to be done as an observational study or experimental study, if it is done as an experimental study, whether it is RCT or cluster RCT or quasi-experimental study, then in whom you are going to do the study, whether I'm going to do it in pregnant women or middle-aged men or in children or in geriatric population, you have to commit to that. And how you are going to select them and how many to be recruited. This is going to be important. Okay. See, let's suppose that I wanted to evaluate myself whether I'm a good teacher or not. Okay. So instead of selecting your all the 150, I'm just choosing only 10 brilliant, academically brilliant students and give that question paper. And then I found out that after my teaching, they have scored extraordinary marks. And then hereby I conclude I'm a great teacher. Will it make any sense? It won't make any sense. Why? Because I have not committed any scientific method while doing my study. So how I am going to select people and how many to be recruited, and then what will be done to them, what will be measured, how it will be measured, and how results will be presented, how the rights of the patient, safety of the patient, and well-being of the patient, which has been previously stressed in the stressed by the previous speakers, have to be mentioned. Then study design, study participant, inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria. Suppose I am doing this in pregnant women. Okay, so I can exclude certain pregnant women. Okay, for example, in this case, I might exclude pregnant women who are already infected by tuberculosis or pregnant women living with HIV, because they have multiple comorbidities which might affect my study results. But when I am doing an exclusion criteria, I have to make sure that I follow all the protocols. And another important thing which we all commonly commit while writing the methodology is there should not be mirror statements. Let's say that my inclusion criteria is people above the age of 18 years. Okay, if you have written my inclusion criteria is people above the age of 18 years, there is no point in telling in the exclusion criteria that I will exclude people below the age of 18 years. Okay, so those mirror statements should be commonly avoided while writing it. And who is your sample population? What is your study setting? Sampling method, till sampling method, you have to commit it to it. And after, for sample size calculation, you can either approach the Department of Pharmacology or Community Medicine, or if you have access to biostatisticians, you can even very well approach them for sample size calculation while writing methodology. And if it is an interventional study, you have to mention what are all the ingredients that you have included, whether the details of intervention, details of randomization, details of blinding. Okay, so I believe that you will learn all these things in community medicine in next year. So I'm just skipping that part. So again, methodology, you have to include what are all the variables, what are all independent variables, dependent variables, what are confounders. See, for example, if I have to do a research on, let's say that I'm doing a case control study, okay, and my question is whether coffee drinking causes lung cancer, okay, and I take up people who have lung cancers and people who are not having lung cancers, and find out how many people amongst lung cancers who have the habit of excessive coffee drinking, and another set of people who are having not having lung cancers, and again I am checking, and I am getting a very surprising results that coffee drinking people have more chances of getting lung cancer. This does not mean that coffee drinking causes lung cancer. I have to again further probe a bit in detail, because any people who have the habit of cigarette smoking in general have the habit of taking up coffee after taking their smoking thing. So there is a possibility that coffee could be a confounder. So this is what confounder stands for. Okay. Then study procedures. So in the methodology part, you have to detailedly commit how you are going to conduct your study. Okay. How and where the patients will be recruited, how the investigation will be carried out, what method will be used, and what are all the definitions. Say, for example, in this particular year, unfortunately, there is COVID-26. And under a lab, we found some extraordinary vaccine which is able to cure COVID-20, not cure, prevent COVID-26 with a single shot. But how am I going to prove that this particular COVID-26 that I've developed in my lab is going to prevent with a single shot? So for this, I might need to do a randomized control trial. In this, I have to fully commit in the methodology part, like how I am going to recruit patients, whether my patients are going to be recruited from urban area or rural area, or I'm going to recruit from rich people, poor people. So every single detail you are going to do, it has to be recruited. An ideal protocol will be, let's say a person A have written the protocol, and if he has written the protocol in a good language, even if the person, there is another random person called the person B, even if the person B has not met person A or has not interacted with person A even once, but he has access to person A's protocol, if he is able to commit and do the research in such a way that person A has envisioned, then we can surely say person A has written an absolutely good protocol. There should not be any scope for ambiguity. There should not be any scope for any confusion. So your protocol language should be written in such a language where everything, even the minutest details, should be given in detail. How you are going to collect data, whether you are going to collect through questionnaire form or case record form. If it is again through questionnaire form, whether you are going to give handouts and ask them to write, or you are going to use any tools like EpiCollect or Google Forms and then collect it digitally. Every single important, every single detail, minutest detail has to be mentioned in methodology. And while writing a protocol, always make sure that you write the methodology in the future tense, not in the past tense or present tense. So again, your statistical plan. So how the statistics will be presented, statistical test to be used, level of significance, software and versions, and study procedures. These are all to be submitted in your protocol, sorry, methodology part. So coming to the ethical consideration, you have to explicitly mention what are all the ethical issues. If suppose you are going to give COVID-26 vaccine, there is a possibility that you suspect during the animal studies or preclinical studies that there is a possibility of this particular vaccine causes some rarest of the rare forms of rheumatoid arthritis or rare form of blood cancer. You have to mention it. And simultaneously, you have to actually adequately mention what is your plan B, or like what is the compensation you propose to them, or what are the steps you have taken in such a way that even if they get them, they are adequately treated. So every single backup thing that is required by the ethical committee has to have a mandatory mention here. So this is an ideal protocol. Okay. So how the study will be done in, sorry. Okay. So ideally, how the methodology part will consider how the study will be done, in whom it will be done, how to select them, and how many to be recruited, what will be done in them, what will be measured, how it will be measured, how results will be presented, how right, safety, and well-being of the participants are ensured. And in addition to that, lastly, you have to present with this Gantt chart. Okay. So in this chart, you have to commit when, what is your actual timeline. So you will submit your protocol, you will get the ethical committee approval. When are you going to collect the data? When you are going to enter? When you are going to analysis? And when you are going to publish? So each and every single detail has to make a mention in the timeline. And budget. So as far as the budget is concerned, unless you aspire to get a funding, there is no mandatory requirement if you are going to spend out of your pocket. And 90% of the research that are done that have possibility of good impact most likely are funded. So when you are trying to get funding, okay, let's suppose that your research is going to, you wanted to do a research, okay, and then you simply tell that I need 10 lakhs for this research. So no funding agency will be giving you the fund. Okay. So when you are making a budgeting, you have to mention for what purpose you need this money and how much money is required for each purpose. So say for example, you are going to do a research, you have a hypothesis that diabetes patient have a tendency to get vitamin D deficiency, and whether you have a hypothesis that giving vitamin D supplementation for a diabetes patient actually helps them. Okay, so here who is going to procure the vitamin D tablets, and for the before that who is going to check the vitamin D deficiency level for these patients? So for checking vitamin D deficiency, you have to have a semi-auto analyzer or an auto analyzer, then you have to buy some reagents, and then you have to hire a lab technician, and then you have to publish results and keep a record keeping, which all cost. Who is going to have borne the cost? Okay, and how you are going to split the cost? Every single minute thing has to come up in the budget when you are aspiring for a funding. So the outline of the protocol is in our Arilur Medical College also. We have our Institute Ethical Committee, in which we have the set of documents and PDFs which are given in hands. So here you have non-scientific part, covering letter in which you address to the Ethical Committee Chairman, and then IEC format will have what are the details of the student and what is the synopsis, who is the guide, etc. And then undertaking. Work will start immediately after Ethical Committee approval, and there will be some kind of research in which even after getting the Ethical Committee approval, you might have to register. Let's say you are going to do an RCT, you might have to go and register in Clinical Trial Registry of India and get sanction from them. And so if suppose you are doing a multi-centric study, then you after getting Ethical Committee from one center, make sure that you get appropriate centers too. Okay, so these things have to be done, and who will bear the expenditure? So to sum it up, so your research will have the first thing, title, followed by introduction. Introduction will be what is known, what is unknown, what is the gap, what gap you are aspiring to fill. So you have to sum it up in 500 to 600 words. Then review of literature. So what has been discovered previously around this research area? Okay, and what is your objective? Okay, first you ideally you can have one primary objective and one secondary objective. Sometimes if your research warrants, you can have more than 2 or 3 secondary objectives too. And when you are making an objective, you have to make sure that you use the proper terminology. For example, to estimate the prevalence of so and so, to enumerate the list of participants, like that you have to mention. Okay, then methods. In the methods, what type of study design, to whom you are doing, how you are doing, how you are going to recruit, how you are going to, what you are going to measure, how you are going to measure, what tools you are going to use for measuring, and after measuring, how you are going to keep the data intact, and after keeping the data intact, how you are going to store, and how you are making sure that this particular data that is collected during the process of research remain anonymous and patient safety is mandated. And timeline, budget if applicable, references. Usually 5 to references is sufficient enough for a protocol at a protocol level. Only at the time of publication, depending upon the context of your research, it might exceed. So along with that, you have to, depending upon the ethical committee, you have to make annexures. So in the annexures, you have to give information regarding informed consent document which has been dealt in the morning, and then data collection instruments and your own undertaking. These are all the things that are supposed to be there in research protocol. So in addition, this is almost the end of my presentation. I just wanted to add regarding two important things. First thing is, if suppose, let's say that you wanted to do this particular research, but for some reason or the other, after getting the approval, you wanted to change the research. Actually, it happened for me. During my post-graduation time, I planned to propose a randomized control trial amongst government schools in Odisha. But unfortunately, COVID came, lockdown came, all schools were closed. So I'm unable to proceed with the first research that I actually got permission from the Institute Ethical Committee. In fact, I got ICMR funding to saying that I'm going to do an RCT. So because of that extraordinary circumstances, I have to change my original research protocol. Okay, so this is, for this, I need not write a new protocol. But what I have to do is I have to again write to the ethical committee saying I'm going to amend my research protocol. For amendment, you have to make two things clear. First thing is, what is the reason for your amendment? It can be anything, but it has to be genuine and it should be acceptable by ethical committee members. Second thing, what you are changing in the protocol, whether you are changing the entire thing. If you are changing the entire thing, better go for a new one. If you are changing the most important things, you have to explicitly mention what are all the things you have changed. So this is the common doubt people tend to ask regarding writing a research protocol. The second and the most popular and the most contemporary doubt people tend to ask is, why should I write a research protocol? Why should I have to bear this extraordinary labor work and keep writing it for 3 hours or 6 hours? If I ask Perplexity, if I ask ChatGPT, it is going to give me neatly tabulated columns and it is going to neatly give me a research protocol. So is it mandatory for me to learn all these things? For this, I just wanted to end up with a story. Okay. The first thing is, as of now, ICMR has not banned anyone from using AI tools like ChatGPT or Perplexity, or for that matter, any AI tools from using for writing protocol. But the thing that is banned is, the thing that you have to make sure is, first thing, you have to acknowledge that you have used AI tool. Second thing, though the AI tool might have said that this thing, you cannot keep AI as an author, but you have to take ownership for whatever the AI. It is the job or responsibility of the principal investigator to verify the facts that has been vomited out or emitted out by ChatGPT or Perplexity. So it is your, because these AI tools tends to hallucinate, though the rate of hallucination has significantly come down, but yet you have to independently verify the statements or the facts that are spitted by AI tools. As far as undergraduates are concerned, at the beginner level, my advice is, don't use AI tools until you tend to become an expert in writing protocol. This might appear paradox. I will let you know why it is the case. So let's say that you are going to open a clinic in your hometown after your MBBS degree. Okay. And you cannot do all the job on your own. Okay. You might require to hire a lab technician to run the lab. You might require to hire a staff nurse to do the routines and a pharmacist to distribute the drugs. Yes or no? So in this case, though you might have employed 2 or 3 people, yet you should know what work you can extract from the pharmacist. What work you have to independently know how to take a blood sample. You have to know how to measure the BP, how to put Venflon and all the other nursing work. Then only you will be able to extract better work from them. Similarly, if you want AI to write a good protocol for you, first thing, you should know how to write a protocol by yourself independently. Though it may take 6 hours or 8 hours or 10 hours, but you must be able to write the protocol independently on your own. So after mastering yourself, now I will suggest you to use AI tools so that instead of spending 4 hours, you can spend just 40 minutes and get a good protocol. So unless you are a master of that particular task which you ask AI to tell, don't use AI, or else your brain will rot and you will be an imbecile or an idiot. Idiot means an IQ less than 25. Okay. So I will suggest you are free to use AI tools, but make sure that you become a master of the task that you tend to ask AI in the first place, and then use those AI tools. Nobody will ask you or question you. Why? Because if sometimes, even without writing a single protocol on your own, if you are asking the AI tool to write a protocol, genuinely there might be some mistakes or blunders which you will not be able to spot up. And if it comes under the purview of ethical committee, they will spot it, because most of the mistakes that AI tools tends to do are either blunders or stupid ones, which any person can reasonably, with a reasonable level of knowledge, can spot. So my suggestion is, if you use AI tools, use it only after you become a master of the task that you want the AI tools to ask you to do those things. Okay. And this includes your regular academics also. Okay. Thank you. So I know, but just for the sake of convention, I'm asking, any doubts? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for an interactive session on good clinical protocol enriched with real life cases from history. It was truly a mind stimulating session, sir. Thank you. I request all of you to please take a moment to complete the post test questionnaire. The Google Form link has been shared in the WhatsApp group. Online participants, please fill the program evaluation form also. It is posted in the WhatsApp group.
As we came As we reach the end of today's CME, what we have truly experienced is not just a series of sessions, but an extraordinary academic voyage. Starting from fundamentals of good clinical practice, institutional ethical committees members and their roles, informed consent processes, to serious adverse event reporting and NDCT rules 2019, and finally protocol writing, all of which laid a foundation to each one of us in building our own journey in research. May this be not an end, but a beginning for pursuing research journeys ahead. We sincerely thank all our speakers of today, dignitaries, and all the professors and participants, lab technicians, crystal workers, and organizing team for their active contribution and making today a great success. Thank you all.
Guys, guys, எல்லாரும் ஃபார்ம் ஃபில் பண்ணிட்டு திரும்ப ரிட்டர்ன் பண்ணணும் 5 minutes.
First, excuse me. I have one request. In this week, I want you to see a movie called The Constant Gardener. Okay, it's a mystery movie only. Movie தான் பார்க்க சொல்றேன், homeworkலாம் இல்லை, சரியா? It's a 2-hour movie. It's a thriller movie related to clinical trial and their side effect and how they discovered. Okay, it will be interesting only. The Constant Gardener. The Constant Gardener. Okay. OTT நீங்களே சர்ச் பண்ணிக்கோங்க, அந்த search.
பெண்ணோட இருந்துச்சு. அவங்க இன்னைக்கு போட்டு ஆனா மட்டும் ஒண்ணு இருக்கும், பைலட் பெண்ணா ஏதோ சம்திங் ப்ளூ.
இந்த பெண் இருக்கு.
என்னோட பெண் காணும்.
அந்த பைலட் பெண் மாதிரி ஒண்ணு இருக்கு.
அதான் ஐயோ அந்த பக்கம்